Good morning, everybody. We'll go ahead and get the study committee started, dealing with the Department of Corrections. I know Senator Harbison's in the building, Senator Beach is here. We have a couple that are going to Zoom in, and then we have one I know of that has some important family business that he is taking care of today, and I can appreciate that. I want to welcome everybody back. And as we open all of our meetings, I would, if you would, bow your heads briefly. And we'll give a dear Heavenly Father, I come before you, Lord God, as a humble servant today and ask that you'll look down, Lord God, and grant each and every man and woman in this room with the wisdom and honesty needed, Lord God, to be the lights that we were placed on this earth to be. I ask that you protect us today, Lord God, protect the 11 million Georgians who live in this state and the friends and neighbors that come in and visit. God, thank you, and please keep us focused on what is right, no matter, Lord God, the warmth or the coldness that's created in us by finding out the truth. Ask these things in the precious name of your Son, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. There he is. Yeah, it gets hung up. Yeah. All right. Commissioner, it's good to have you back. I know we touched on some of the issues that we're going to talk about today in one of the previous meetings. My concern is I don't think we got granular enough. I don't think we got deep enough down into it. I still have serious concerns about the manpower shortage that we have in Georgia Department of Corrections. While at the same time, and you and I had a conversation briefly off to the side after one of these meetings where, to me, and let's be completely honest here, I'm just the chair of a study committee. There's 180 people across the hall who depend on the 56 of us in the Senate to make the right decision. And we're hopefully we can do that and they'll follow. But what we want is when y'all hire somebody, we want the absolute best person possible. And in my world, never is lowering the standards an acceptable condition to bringing in more people. Because if we're hiring the wrong people, then we don't need to be hiring anyone. And so I want to get down so that the committee has a good understanding of what type of individuals you want, what you're doing to get those individuals in there, and once they are in there, what are you doing to keep the morale up amongst that staff, what you do to keep the skill set up among that staff, and if any of those individuals are not doing the job the way they should, then what you're doing to get them out. Because in my career, every time something bad happened, and I'm sure Senator Bearden saw it too, the excuse was always the bad apple excuse. Well, my contention is somebody hired that bad apple. And sometimes those bad apples were bad apples before they even got into the job. And we did not do enough to drill down and find that rot that was in that person. And look, it's not just public safety, it's not just law enforcement, it's every job have those, but I tend to hear that phrase, because if you show me a bad deputy, or bad police officer, or bad corrections officer, I can go up the chain and show you where the failure is. The failure is rarely with just that individual. The failure is up the chain where somebody was not doing their job, whether it was a corporal, a sergeant, a lieutenant, or whatever. And so we want to talk about as much as possible today. I also would love to get into your promotion system, how that works, how it's developed. But I know we have a pretty voluminous presentation from you this morning, and I appreciate you and your staff yielding your time and your energy to participate and cooperate with this study committee. So I'm going to turn it over to you.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Always good to be here. And I was going to go ahead and dive on in. I have members of my team here, so as I present, you have questions, they may jump in, they introduce themselves prior to speaking on that. And so I'll just go ahead and jump right on in into good tee up, Mr. Chairman, about what we're talking about with staffing. You know, staffing is a nationwide issue, not just in the Department of Corrections, but law enforcement, but every industry around the nation. All of my counterparts across the country are dealing with the exact same thing with staff shortages. And you'll see in later slides what we're talking about when we lost a lot of people during the pandemic in the workforce. I can say this, though, we're making tremendous strides. We're making a lot of headway in coming out of that hole. But I'll get in that in just a few minutes. Salary comparison is a driving force. You talked about in your opening comments about, you know, what does it take to get staffing levels up? What does it take to hire the right person, the right correctional officer, or anybody for that matter that works in the Department of Corrections? I'm a firm believer you get what you pay for. And that's going to be part of the topics today. We were talking about increase in salaries. You can kind of see where the Georgia Department of Corrections stands as it relates to southern states, within the correctional industry, and then also public safety industries inside Georgia, public safety agencies inside Georgia. I'm also looking forward to the work that the Guidehouse, Moss Group, and CGL is doing around that. They're also doing a comprehensive study on salaries and what it takes to not only recruit but retain good officers. So we're looking forward to that study coming out probably sometime in mid to late December. I will say this, and we'll just go ahead and jump on.
And real quick, I want to jump on the salary study that they are doing. And this is the private vendor that the governor has brought in. And again, at the very beginning, we expressed our appreciation for the governor's office to doing that, and also our appreciation for the House doing the compensation study that they're doing over there. But haven't we done these before? Through University of Georgia, Carl Vincent School of Government, have they not done compensation studies in the past?
I believe they have. I'm not sure what year it was done previously, but now we're doing. And the problem and the issue that I see coming past post-COVID, and it's probably done prior to COVID, which I'm pretty sure it was, is that the labor market and the job market has shifted. As you all know, there's a lot of hybrid jobs, remote jobs, salaries have increased, inflation has gone through the roof. And so I think when you're looking at the job market, and I can just go ahead and just jump to the next couple of slides here, and I'll come back to our recruitment campaign. But when you look at where we were as far as hires, correctional officers hires from 2008 to 2024, you can kind of see where we're at today. So we're coming back out of where we were, but the terminations, and what I mean by terminations, it's not people that we fired, it's just the terminology that the state uses when someone leaves the workforce within the Department of Corrections. And you can see right there in 2020, we took a huge hit in our workforce. As it relates to people leaving the workforce. Again, terminations doesn't mean that we terminated them or it was involuntary.
It's them terminating you.
Correct.
Is what it is.
Or yes. I mean, the pandemic, I think the workforce as a whole in this country the charts probably look similar.
Well, I think a lot of studies have shown that pre-COVID and post-COVID, we had as many employees firing employers as we had employers terminating employees.
Correct.
Because of what you said, a different landscape.
Different landscape, different environment to work. Again, like I've stated many times before, this is the most difficult job in public safety by far. And so you can kind of see that chart there, and it kind of illustrates exactly what we're facing. But I'll quickly just go back
Real quick, and you're probably going to get to this, and I hate to keep interrupting you, but
No.
what are you fully funded for staffing wise?
So fully funded positions, when we're fully staffed, is 10,919 positions, full-time positions. That's
Okay.
including
That's top to bottom. That's you all the way down.
Admin staff, not just security, that's everybody.
Okay. Because at some point, and if y'all don't have this, I would like to know the percentage between line staff and admin.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll get that.
We'll go ahead.
So some of the things that we're doing, to go back to your opening statement, as far as What are we doing for recruitment? We've hired a outside company called the Chanley Group, who's they really laser focused on hitting these hard to hit areas, these hard to hire areas. And I can tell you this, I think we're about 800 plus more security officers than we were 2 years ago this time. So we're coming out of that hole. We're currently under 50% from a vacancy rate when it comes for security, from a security standpoint. They were sitting around somewhere around 47%. So we're trending in the right direction. But as you saw on that previous chart with the terminations, we've lost over 2,000 during COVID.
You said we're back to 43%.
47.
47,
vacancy,
47
vacant,
what?
Vacant.
So you have 47% vacancies.
Yes.
Is that top to bottom or is that primarily security staff?
That's probably correctional officers, correctional officer ones.
Okay, correctional officer one, and again, this is terminology we use. Correctional officer one is not a gun toter. Not
Correct.
a.
They're entry level.
They are a post-certified corrections officer.
Yes. And so,
Okay.
but they do carry weapons. They're certified to carry, but not inside the prisons, obviously.
Well,
But
no, I understand that, but a post-certified corrections officer is different from a post-certified peace officer, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Different
but you
training.
do have post-certified peace officers also, correct?
do.
Okay, so the 47%, are those corrections officers and peace officers, or are they
Just correctional officers.
just correctional officers?
Yes.
Okay. And how many correctional officer slots do you have, funded slots?
Let me pull that number. Say it's like 7,500 total. Let me just get that.
And I'm going to emphasize this again, I do not want to talk about specific institutions for security reasons. So, 'cause we're going to do a lot of overall. Because Senator Harbison and I have a couple of large institutions in our area, and we don't want people knowing what the security profile is at those places.
Total security is around 7,500 for total security COs. I can break down whether from by rank if you need that.
No,
broken down.
7,500 are have day-to-day contact with the prisoners.
Yes. That's if we fully staff.
Right, funded,
Yeah.
fully funded and fully
Yes.
staffed. Do you have unfunded positions?
47% of that 7,500?
Yes.
Talking about,
Yeah.
Yes.
not the 10,000,
Correct.
47% of the 7,500.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
So if we look at it the other way, we're 53% underwater.
4,500?
4,500 staff for CO.
45.
4,500 COs. Okay, what's,
That's what we have.
oh, that's
Oh,
on
that-
the job right now.
Correct. Yes.
It's how many? 40?
4,500.
Okay. So do you have any unfunded CO slots?
Yes. So what happened, and thanks to this, to the governor's, recommendation, OPB and this body and General Assembly, as we started to, fund, pay raises and pay increases over the years, we were funded for the filled positions, not the vacant positions. And so like I stated earlier, we have about 800 or so more correctional officers in the workforce today than we had 2 years ago. We had to bring those officers in at the same rate of pay that we're paying currently. So those vacant positions weren't funded, so we had to self-fund that. So currently there is a deficit in that category.
How many unfunded slots do you have?
Jackson, you have that?
I know it's 2,000.
We can get the exact number, but.
See,
it's
and
around
this is
2,000.
where we get down into the granular part of it. So how many total funded and unfunded CO slots are there? Because wouldn't that change our percentage on how many COs we have? From 47% to,
Well, funding, we still can't, we still got to hire. So
well, no, I understand hiring. Are we talking about how many you can, or is your hiring, or are you talking about funded and unfunded?
yes,
Because I always have a little bit of concern when we unfund slots, but we don't eliminate slots. I think the taxpayer gets a skewed idea because eventually, if you were to get to 100%, then you're going to be way underwater on your budget because you have filled unfunded slots. And then you're going to come up here and ask us for money to make up for that shortfall. When in the real world, we should fully fund everything And then the slots are there and
Correct.
the budgetary process is much, much easier.
Absolutely.
And I've seen these smoke and mirror games played in local government, in county governments, and in obviously in state government. And I think when we do that, we're being disingenuous to the people that own these systems. And those are the taxpayers who put the money out there to pay for it. And so they're not getting the full picture when we have to divide things up into funded and unfunded, especially when it comes to personnel slots, and especially when it comes to personnel slots in public safety, where citizens go to bed at night not even thinking about their safety because they assume they're safe. So if we can get those numbers and make sure before we get out of here today, we're clear on what we're talking about, because if the 47% includes funded and unfunded, then at least we can look at a hard number.
Yes, sir.
But if we got to roll in 800 unfunded slots into it, that kind of changes things a little bit.
It does from a budgetary
Yeah,
standpoint.
thank
yes,
you.
sir.
And I want to welcome Senator Jackson to the committee. Glad to have her here today, and congratulate her on her recent election and as the minority whip in the Senate. She's been a good friend and a good partner in public safety, and I'm proud of her. So, thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead.
And congratulations, kid. As you can see at the chart right there, where we were trending from a vacancy rate standpoint in that top corner, the annual vacancy rate for fiscal year 22, 23, and 24, we were projected at. You kind of see where I was talking about how we're coming out of that hole a little bit, and it's quite frankly due to our recruitment efforts with the Chanley Group, and also our dedicated team out on the field of working hard and getting people inside the door. We're doing better in some areas. You have some state prisons that are fully staffed, and you have some that are not. But again, I think with definitely with the help of this body, with the recent pay increases over the years, it definitely helped. But we still have a lot of work to do as it relates to that. You can see that most of our people leaving our workforce, they leave within the first 6 months to 2 years within that time frame. And you can see right there the length of tenure, terminations, CO length of employment. This is just for the month of October. And you can kind of see where they're actually leaving the workforce. And so if we could find a way to keep them past 2 years, we have a pretty good success rate on keeping them long term. And we're working really, really hard at that as far as workplace culture, implementing new technology inside of our state prisons to accommodate the workforce that is coming in to the industry today. Trying to again update our antiquated logbooks. So we have electronic logbooks with Note Active. That's worked really, really well. The officers, they love it. They like it.
Would you please explain what an electronic logbook is?
So when the officers do their day-to-day duties inside the prisons, they have to log what they're doing. They have to document everything that they're doing, whether it's rounds, checks, feed off, pill call. They have to log it in. Used to, you had these big, huge docket books that sat in the dormitory. You have to sit there and just log it in, everything that you do. So you go make a round, you got to come back, you got to log all those rounds in. Now they have a tablet, a little bit smaller than this, that can go in and they can actually log what they're doing as they're doing it. And there's a lot of benefit to that, not only from an officer standpoint, but also from an administrative standpoint, because now we can see in real time from central office or wherever we're at what's going on inside those institutions without having to physically go down to that facility and pull the logbook itself. So
Where's this information stored?
it's stored in the cloud.
In the cloud?
And then also just to point out too, and I know I kind of got out of sync with it.
I'm sure it's my fault.
It's all good. We have, I would say we don't have a recruitment problem. We have a retention problem. We can get the applicants. Applicants are coming in, and we've been proving that. Yesterday, we've graduated 203 new officers yesterday. Our problem and where it lies is the retention piece. Again, I think I say this all the time. When you go and work behind the wire, you're dealing with the most, working in the most dangerous communities in the state of Georgia, period. I don't think people fully grasp that when they're coming in. And then also when you hear anecdotally why they're leaving, pay flexibility plays a huge role in that. Again, post-COVID, you have a lot of jobs out there that pay more, less stress, and you could do it remotely. Everybody's tied to these phones and these electronics. And so one of the things with the law books, it kind of gives them electronics, but they're also disconnected from the outside world. Most, if not all, of our employees, our staff, are obviously family members, they're caretakers, they're husbands, wives, mothers, fathers. They have people that they got to be connected to out there, and then working inside the facilities, they're disconnected from them. And then also dealing with the environment they have to deal with inside.
But
So,
doesn't that have to be part of our recruitment to make sure that these individuals understand what environment they're about to walk
absolutely,
into?
and we do that. They know what they get into, but it's hard to fathom.
But do they?
Most of them do. Most of them do, and I think that's part of what we're doing with Chanling. We're targeting that. I think that's why you kind of see that we're gaining with that net increase right now over the last 2 years, because we're really targeting certain demographics to make sure that they understand exactly what they're getting into. But not only that, they spend time at the prisons before they go to the academy. We also created, and with the help of this body, with the implementation of that, our correctional technicians positions. Those are our non-certified civilian positions. So we kind of created, for lack of better terms, like for a public safety standpoint, for you, Mr. Chairman, like Explorer program, kind of, so to speak, so where they can come in and they can work in a non-certified post to kind of gain and feel what that facility feels like without having direct contact with the inmates. So we're utilizing them in, like, say, some of our control rooms, our front entry points, where they have someone else standing there beside them to kind of assist
What's
with
the
them.
age in the Explorer program? Normally that's like
18.
18 years old.
So
And where in the state have you implemented this Explorer
all
program?
it's throughout the state. It's throughout the state. So I say Explorer, but they're called correctional technicians.
Right.
And so they're and a lot of them have crossed over to become COs. And so you're kind of seeing that, and we recognize that early on. It's like, let's get them in, let them feel how it feels to be inside of a facility, and then they'll be able to cross over.
Right.
Senator, one
So,
thing-
go ahead real quick.
just to your point, one thing that kind of struck me in one of your earlier questions, if you look at this list, this is the total number of applicants that we have. If you see a number such as October, where we're at 844 in terms of total applications, that number that's hired is down to 110. So that screening process, that communication about what the job is occurring on a great scale. And that's why you see a lot of those numbers starting to dip down to include folks that choose other opportunities in the application process.
And then we'll talk
Yeah,
about.
listen, I want to be transparent with everybody. I think everybody knows I'm a friend of public safety. But to be a friend, we gotta be 100% straightforward with each other. I've seen y'all's recruitment video multiple times because I have a smart TV, and when they can't sell space, they keep playing the same commercial over and over. And I just don't see the grit in there of where people are going into. I see the uniforms, everything looks sharp. I don't see the BDUs. I see the dress uniform, and everything looks really good. And the generations that we're hiring from now, I mean, every bone in my body that has been broken was broken inside of a county jail. It wasn't broken out on the street, chasing folks and all that. I bled a little bit out there, but all the breaking happened in steel and concrete inside. So I appreciate it, that what that job is. But I just think the generations y'all are recruiting from, I mean, we've really got to get to the point where they understand what they're walking into.
Mhm.
Because some of us have been inside of prisons and looked at them, and we understand it is tough to prepare anybody for that environment day in, day out. We can talk about, and we will talk about, the individuals being housed there, but it's the ones that work in there. There used to be a thing for every year you worked in a prison, you racked up 6 months as a prisoner. And that had a serious psychological impact on men and women inside those. So recruitment, I mean, we have to take in all those factors, and I appreciate the screening. But as in anywhere, we know there are failures in that too, and we'll get to that as we go down. Senator Jackson, you're on 9.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious, how much does it cost to hire, like to train, certify, and bring on a new CO? And and then we end up only keeping them for less than 2 years. So I'm just curious about that investment, right? How much are we paying to bring these folks on only for them to turn around and leave a year later?
So per cadet is roughly, and you'll see it on the later slide, it's like 2,600. It just got increased to about a little over 3,000 per cadet that we bring on. I think Representative Williams in the House asked this question a couple of legislative sessions ago, and I think at the time we ran those numbers, the cost of turnover at that time was somewhere around 84 to 85 million per year in the cost of turnover at that time for the cost of turnover. So when you take into account of that, but it roughly costs a little over $3,000 per cadet, and that's not including their salaries. That's just
Right.
instructor, housing, food, range, and you'll see that in the later slide.
Senator Beard.
The chairman brought this up a minute ago, and I want to follow up on it. When, when I was on the road, easy to drop someone off at the jail, you turn around and you leave. The mentality or the mental effects of being inside a jail for 8-12 hours a day has got to be really tough on an individual. And that's why I think it's important they know what they're getting into. But what kind of mental background checks, assistance or help that we can give them as they're going along as their periodical checks? Because as I was on the road for a long time, but I couldn't, inside the jail, something I know I would not be able to do just because of that type of mental capacity that you got to have to be inside there all day.
Absolutely. And that's one of the things we were talking about, and we were going to talk about on the process is we focus a lot of emphasis on employee wellness over the last couple of years. Of course, we're a part of the peer support program. Obviously, the state has the EAP program. We just put all of our awards and supervision, and we're going to trickle that down to, and maybe since Commissioner Holt or HR Director, Ms. Edwards can talk about the program we just put our wardens through to kind of really dig down and make sure that they're okay mentally. We know if you're not right in upstairs, you can't take care of the business. And so we have a heavy focus on making sure that all of our staff are taking care of that. And if you want to speak about the recent training that they just went through.
And I'll let Ms. Edwards go into a lot of detail, but again, as Commissioner stated, we wanted to make sure that they were exposed to the effects of secondary trauma, what their job was, what they were dealing with from a standpoint, and still be able to be effective in their job duties, not to mention mentoring, peer support of their staff that they had going and readily recognizing them. So we pulled all the warden superintendents out and started that process. And Ms. Edwards, if you talk to them a little bit about that program.
I'm Kamala Edwards, HR Director.
Ms. Edwards, will you pull that mic a little closer to you, please?
Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
Okay. So we did, it was a 3-day training, started on a Sunday, ended on a Wednesday, down in Savannah. And we had all of our wardens to come in. We had our peer support groups from Georgia, as well as some peer teams from South Carolina come in, and we did what we call a PCIS, which is a post-critical incident seminar. And so it allowed all of our wardens a chance to sit there with each other and to basically just talk about the struggles that they have. We had guidance, of course, from the peers in South Carolina. Some were current wardens, some former wardens. And we also had a mental health professional to come in and speak to how to decompress. And they just spent 3 days just talking to each other with the guidance, of course, from those peer support instructors on how to handle that stress and to see what it's like, to see that they're basically not alone. And they were very grateful for that. They came in, of course, kind of skeptical about it because it was something that we've never done before. But at the end of it, they were very grateful for it and also advocating for their staff to have that training.
And Ms. Edwards, what's your definition of staff?
All of their staff, their officers, their counselors, they thought it was valuable enough for them that they want their staff to go through the wardens.
Because while I appreciate the job of a warden because it covers the full gamut of everything that goes on inside of a prison, they've been there for a pretty good amount of time. So they have built those emotional calluses, if you will, on certain things. But to Senator Jackson's point, are we offering the same types of services to that individual who just walks in the door? They may have just graduated from high school a year or two before.
Absolutely.
Or maybe have worked at a different type of career and they come in there and they are just slapped in the face with the reality of the prison system.
Yes.
Because, wardens, I mean, it's a smaller peer group, so they can talk across, but when we're talking about correctional officers all over the state, and I don't think people appreciate how many, the distance that our prisons are, but coming in there in this generation. So hopefully we'll get all that, because we grew up in a generation where you had emotions, you had thoughts, but you kept them to yourself.
Yes.
You jobbed on.
And, we talk about, tell them it's okay not to be okay, but you're absolutely right. Anytime we have a critical incident, we always make sure that those resources are available to them. Sometimes, depending on what that incident may be, I may mandate a fitness for duty. Same like we do out there in traditional law enforcement public safety agencies, whether it's in-house or we send them to another licensed clinician to actually do that. But we also go a little step further, and I'll get Director Adam Baswell to come up here and talk about it. It's on later slides, but we can jump forward to talk about what we're doing from an academy standpoint, from a training standpoint with our success coaches, and how that's paying dividends as far as the mental health and preparing them for what they're going into, that we just now implemented, and actually it's really taking root and becoming a national standard from a national level. So Adam, if you want to
Yes, sir. Well, Mike,
Ask a question before we leave
Yes.
recruitment and all of that area. I remember visiting a couple of institutions earlier. And at that time, I believe we got the information that it was pretty tough to hire men as
Correct.
opposed to our female population. And I'm just wondering, where are we on that, and what's driving that? And at that time, I believe it was a qualification of the personnel who was making that attempt. So can you give me a little?
Yes, and we'll talk about that when we get back into success coaching. I think a lot of time we look at our the recruitment standpoint. Most of the people that we hire, whether it's men or women, mainly men, they can't pass a background check, or they don't show up for the interview. That's the majority of everybody that we had, that all the applicants, they fall into three categories. Either they don't show up for the interview, they can't pass our background check, or they have a poor interview when they interview with leadership. If you look at that slide there that I showed for that month. If I could hire all 844, then we wouldn't be sitting here today. But the reason why we hire the 110 is because we go through that screening process, or they don't show up, or they have a poor interview, or they can't pass the background check. The background check, I know we'll talk about a little later, is comprehensive. I know we talked about before about psychologicals, but we do what we call an integrity test. But the social media checks, our intel unit, when they run their intel on the applicants that apply, that's what gets most of them. We figure out that they're sometimes they're gang involved. Drug tests usually kicks a lot of people out as well, prior drug use. And also we also have to go by the post standard. So that's our baseline really for what how we hire in, because if we can hire, but if they can't get a post number, they're no good to us. But the majority of them get pushed out because of our background checks, whether it's social media, associations, anything from that standpoint.
What's your standard on marijuana use?
It's whatever it is on post. I think it's
So it's using the exact same standard?
exact same standard on post. But Adam, if you want to just touch on the success coaches, what we're doing from an academy standpoint as it relates to the wellness of.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Chairman, committee members. My name is Adam Baswell. I'm the training director for the agency. I've been with corrections over 27 years now, and I currently run our staff training, which obviously the biggest part of that is our basic training module. So in about talking, and you'll see it on a later slide, talking about our success coaching and peer support. About 2 years ago, we started taking an individual deep dive onto why we're losing people during the basic training program. And instead of just filling out surveys and making assumptions, we started asking these cadets, why are we leaving? Some of them would leave on their own. Some of them were academic failures or firearms, just like any other peace officer position. So we started a program to have someone that understands their background, that is not part of their chain of command, to have individualized success coaching sessions with our cadets throughout the basic training program. So we've hired individuals that we were calling our success coaches. They're obviously trained in peer support with the initial intention of helping folks along their career path or whatever personal challenges they may have. So we would have a large number of people that would just self-attrit out of the classes, and maybe we assumed it was a career that maybe they decided it wasn't for them. And having talked to individuals on a one-on-one basis, we realized that a lot of them were just having personal hardships at home, and they were leaving there just like, I'm here at this academy. I got to choose between family and loved ones or being here. I'm going to leave. So we assigned these success coaches to all of our basic training cadets. So throughout their 5-week basic training program, they were having one-on-one interviews with somebody that's not part of their chain of command, but it was also a previous correctional officer. So they understand where they are. And some of them come in with the intentions of just helping them along their career path. We may have someone who gets their foot in the door for a job as a correctional officer, but their heart and passion is to be a counselor or a nurse or something of that nature. But what we've realized very quickly on is that a lot of them are going through personal hardships as well. So that team who is solely dedicated to the wellness of our correctional staff from the beginning has made a huge impact. In the first 6 months, we've seen a 34% reduction in academic failures. They would help them with studying and testing and things of that nature. We've seen a 44% reduction in officers who would just self-attrit and leave out of the class on their own. So they're making a huge impact, and we got huge testimonies and videos about this program. I believe it's the first in the nation. We've actually presented this program at ACA in Nashville, which is American Correctional Association, and they it was a standing room only session. They've asked us to come back and present it to other correctional agencies in Orlando in January. We also presented what we're doing there in this program at ICTP out west this year. And
What is that?
the International Correctional Association of Training Professionals. So it's a International Association of just correctional trainers, and explain them what we're doing on the basic training level. And this, and it's all, as you said earlier, it's a committee or a group of folks who are committed to just staff wellness on an individual basis. And we've had like blanket programs and things, but never one-on-one, hey, what you need, to the point where we have people reaching out after they graduate to our success coaches, thanking them, or even reaching out and asking them for assistance in another manner, or just telling them thank you and, hey, I just got my first promotion like you told me. So it's been about a year and a half now, sir.
So these success coaches are with them for 5 weeks. Are the greatest amount of the attrition we're losing in the academy, or is it behind the wire?
It's within the first 6 months.
Okay, so it's beyond the academy then?
Yes, sir.
So are we offering success coaches once they leave the academy?
We haven't transitioned to quote unquote success coaches, just a designated job title, but what we're encouraging the wardens and everybody on staff to do inside the facilities is kind of be that success coach. That's part of the culture change that we're kind of going through, a cultural enhancement, I should say, not really a change, but enhancement to our cultures, to make sure that we're treating our employees the way they should be treated, but then also support them in their journey in this career, but then also making sure that we support them and create an environment to where they know they can thrive, they can see the upward mobility. Again, if we can keep them 2 years, we have a pretty good shot at keeping them a long term. Again, if you look at the slide here, you kind of see where we're sitting at as it relates to pay. Remember, I told you earlier, you said you kind of get what you pay for as it relates to this job. We could do all that good stuff as it relates to success coaches, giving them opportunities to promote, providing a good environment for them. But I think it comes down to two things, in my opinion, long term. Number one, you got to have a competitive salary, but then also number two, I think it's the perception of the profession as corrections as a whole. We're not out there front and center like most public safety agencies, and I've worked pretty much everything in public safety, so I know I can say this again. I say this is the toughest mission in public safety, period, by far. Working inside of a facility. And I'm just not talking about a CEO, I'm talking about anybody that goes behind that wire. So you can kind of see where we're sitting at, as it relates to the southern states that touches us, and then also the Georgia Public Safety agencies for the mission that we have to do. And I think that's going to be part of the whole retention piece. Again, it's not a recruitment piece, but I take that back. It is, because when you're talking about recruiting the right person for the job, I'm competing with all these other agencies to try to find that candidate. especially in the state. And then you go out surrounding states. I'm competing with surrounding states as well to try to find that right candidate to get the job. So, you know, you kind of attract what you're paying. And not saying that we have a lot of good men and women that work for the Department of Corrections. Don't get me wrong. We have a lot of good men and women who come in and they want to do the job and they do the job right. So I'm not saying that everybody that we attract are not, are just, not qualified. They are. They're dedicated. They're qualified. But again, you want to enhance that experience. You want to enhance that pool. We have to be competitive.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to revisit this, the care that we're providing the first 5 weeks of during the academy, but not continuing that. And I understand the importance of enhancing culture and all those things. I come from a profession where research indicated that if you don't make it through the if you can't get through the first 3 years as a clergy person, then you're done. And that was the greatest loss of clergy was in those first 3 years. There was actually no correlation to pay. It was about not having the support, the
Correct.
peer support, the mentorship outside of the place that you were serving. And so we've been really intentional about creating supports that last beyond just the training, but go for those first 2 years where people are most vulnerable in order to help them to be able to stay. And we've seen an increase of clergy as a result of that. And so I want to encourage you to continue to think about, and if you need to ask us for money to do it, to think about what it means to create a mentorship program, a program that exists for the first 2-3 years of a person's employment, because you know the staying power once they get past that 2-year point.
Yes, ma'am. And that's a good point. But then also I would add to expand on that, what we've seen work with a couple of our facilities, the special management unit for example, once they feel like they're safe, the employees, the staff feel like they're safe because there's enough staff there to support them, they stay too. Prime example, the special management unit, a couple of years ago, they had like 60 vacancies or so, somewhere around there, 40, 50, 60 vacancies. They filled all those vacancies. And I was like, okay, well, good job. And they was like, hey, can we hire some more? I gave them an additional 20. They filled those 20. And then once they filled those 20, I gave them another 20. They filled those 20. I think they probably about 15 vacancies left out of that, filled 5 of those, but you're seeing that retention rate stay. Same thing with Dooley State Prison. I know we're not going to talk about specifics, but I just want to highlight some of the successes that we've been having when you see things like that implemented, where it's like mentorship coaching, but also it goes down to having the adequate level of staffing so that they can feel supported and they feel safe inside the facilities too. Dooley and Lee State Prisons, they're down to single vacancies. And so you kind of see that, and we can kind of do more of what you're talking about once we get that adequate number of staff
I
there.
think one thing that we all can agree on possibly is it's a combination of several things.
Yes.
I think salary does matter to a certain degree. I mean, I spoke at the Georgia Jail Association the other night and talked about how, you know, as a 22-year-old, I left a job in 1985 making almost $25,000 a year, which was really good in 1985, to take a job at the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office making 12.
And but
Well,
why?
my mother called in to question my mental stability, being her only son, and told her I was going to do it a year just for an adventure. And then 31 years later, I retired out because from a mental standpoint, it was exactly where I was happy at. But at the same time, we find that individuals going into public safety and other issues, and based on young, immature minds, they run into financial problems, they run into all these other issues. And that to have a coach there, to have a mentor there, to explain to them the pitfalls of payday loans, everything else, of sleep deprivation, of substance abuse, of all these other things, and getting them on a career track. And we're talking about adults. We're not talking about kids, but explaining to adults what a career track is. In other words, what specialty programs they need to take at the university or at the tech school, so that the next time a promotion opportunity comes around, that their resume looks better than their peers and all this other stuff beyond the academy. Because I agree with you, we run a pre-academy in the agency I was in to prepare them for the test rigors and everything of mandate. And our success rate went through the roof, but they still had to have somebody once they got on the job. And so to Senator Jackson's point, I think that's we can do both. We can get the salaries up to where they need to be, which, you know, and look, I've been in all the slick assignments. That's all cool and cowboy cool and all that great stuff. But this is embarrassing that we can't get men and women into our prisons because we're the pay is the way it is. And so I think it has to be a combination of several. And I do want to point this out while I can, is I want to remind all committee members as we go through this process, please start submitting your recommendations for the final report as we go through here, because I know a lot of things are going to bubble up to the top that we don't want to forget. Carry on, Commissioner.
All
Sorry.
right, thank you. So again, just looking at this slide, back to Senator Bearden's point, you know, like, again, we're, you know, you drop them off at the jail and then you're done with them. The men and women, not just, again, I'm not just talking about security staff. I'm talking about our counselors. I mean, they're underpaid as well. Everybody that works behind that wire dealing with them for a very long time, all day long, for years. My average length of stay is 42 years or 41 years inside of the system. So throughout your career, you're having to endure this, and it's not just, you know, pulling up at the county jail in Sally Port, dropping them off, dealing with them on the side of the road, and you're done with them in an hour. We're living with them, and so I think the compensation and things that we can support our staff should reflect that.
And real quick, I noticed, you know, your close special missions 48, medium center is 44. Is there any competitive process where a medium center would want to go to a close special mission for the $4,000 additional pay?
They could put in a transfer request and transfer to
Do
a
you,
close
do you
security
have
person.
that happen?
Sometimes, yes.
Yeah, I mean, extra, you know, well, it's more extra four grand is $4,000. I
Yes.
mean, yeah. Is that gonna be your recommendation? No tax on correctional officer salary?
Is that motion? And we kind of touched on the hiring promotional process, but I'll just go ahead and just, but not,
Explain, we'll get the hiring process. I walk in, drop an application off, what happens?
all right. So for field and sworn field positions, again, and I don't know, Kamala, you want to just walk through that?
She's the HR expert.
She's
right?
the HR expert, so I'm gonna let her kind of walk through that. Otherwise, it's gonna be pretty
And-
much
and-
what we have in front of you, but
And listen, I'm not doing this to embarrass anybody. I'm doing it to actually highlight the professionalism that I
Absolutely.
believe exists. Would you give us your background and how long you've been at Georgia Department of Corrections, please?
Sure. I've been with GDC for 25 years now. I started off as a correctional officer at Burris Correctional Training Center. I was in uniform, behind the wire for 16 years. I then promoted to HR as Employee Relations or the Commissioner's designee for adverse actions. And I have been in this current role since January of this year.
Okay, thank you very much. I
Yes, sir.
appreciate that.
Okay.
The hiring process.
Okay. Okay, so for our sworn positions, of course, we post, we schedule an interview with our qualified applicants. We provide those selected candidates a written conditional offer. Once they,
Who conducts those interviews?
if we do it at a hiring event, it would be our recruitment lieutenants right there on the spot. If they actually come into our facilities, it could be the warden, chief of security, probably a unit manager. And so it's somebody who's adept in what we do in corrections.
Well, as opposed to adeptness, what's the consistency? What is, if is the interview different if I'm being interviewed at a job fair as opposed to if I'm being interviewed by the warden or another staff member?
Well,
Do they know, is there a template of questions they ask, or is it?
No,
just-
sir, just not a template per se, just asking them, typical questions. What makes you want to be a correctional officer? How did you hear about us? Tell us a little bit about your background. Just kind of telling them a little bit about what the job is and kind of seeing their facial reactions or their responses. Things of that nature when we do our interviews.
So the next step?
Okay, once we complete the interview and we're satisfied with that candidate, we do a conditional job offer.
Okay, right there, if you don't mind. So we're basically having what I would call an inconsistent interview format. Because again, if I'm a lieutenant at a job fair and it's a lot of people there, this interview is taking how long?
At a hiring event,
Yes, ma'am.
it could be anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay, 10 to 15 minutes. We'll say 15 minutes. And then if I'm visiting a prison and the warden's interviewing me, the warden, of course, is on the job.
Yes, sir.
He or she has a plate full, and that interview could be 10 or 15.
10 or 15.
And so we're making conditional job offers after 10 or 15 minutes of getting to know somebody.
Okay.
Getting to understand somebody. I mean, you see my concern with that?
I do. I think also too, I think that's where you're gonna kind of see when we start diving a little bit deeper in where we get that this is the initial interest into the job. But then once you start diving into the background checks, I mean, we're only getting people that show, but I do see
I agree with you, but when we say conditional job offer, we are obligating ourselves. I understand there's a condition there.
Mhm.
If you get through everything else, but philosophy I'd heard that public safety had adopted is we're not doing anything we have to pay for until you pay for what you have to pay for, whether they're paying for the drug test, because psych tests cost us money and all this. And if we invest all these tax dollars in something based on a 15-minute conversation, then we're wasting taxpayers' money if these individuals aren't making it through the process, is my concern.
Okay.
I'm not saying it as a fact, it's just a concern I have.
Yes.
So that's the important part of getting down into the granular side. So the person has the introductory conversation interview at these places, a conditional job offer is made, and then what happens after that?
So after they do the conditional job offer, they do the medical exam, the required medical exam. We also do our background check.
The medical exam is a physical,
Physical, yes,
and
sir.
is it conducted at the employee, the potential employee's physician, or are we directing them to a particular?
We pay for those, yes.
Okay, we pay for those, and where are those conducted?
We have particular sites throughout the state.
Is this done through RFP or the state employees?
It's contracting out through
Contracts, yes.
different healthcare providers.
Okay, so we pay for the physical.
Yes, sir.
And I want to be clear, we're paying for a physical based on a conditional job offer.
That's part of
Correct.
that's part of the legal process that you have. You can't dive into their medical or background without having a conditional job offer of employment. So that's the conditional side of things. Pending that, it doesn't mean that they're hired. It's conditional,
Right.
saying that if you successfully pass these steps, then you'll get a final job offer. But
Right.
the legal steps for us to conduct those evaluations, we have to provide them with
Right, and they have to sign,
Correct.
given the state permission to look
that's
at
all
all their.
that's
yeah.
that's what that conditional offer of employment is.
So what is the cost of a physical?
Roughly about $45.
And next step after let's say they get through the physical.
Okay, we have the PT test for our officers. We do the fingerprinting, we do the social
Now, the
media.
PT test, is that the post
Yes, sir.
recognized PT test?
sir.
Yes.
Okay. And
Acuplacer testing.
what's the success and failure rate of the PT test? Do we know?
I don't have those numbers. with me.
I don't know.
Okay. Those 8,
That mean proper replacement or
I'm sorry, what's your question?
Go ahead.
The acuplacer test.
Acuplacer is the college level entrance test.
Okay, college level entrance test. Is this the old Compass test?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the Compass test was basically basic math, I think grammar.
Grammar. Okay.
Yeah, it was what you had to pass to get into tech school, basically. And agencies would tend to lessen the emphasis on math as opposed to communication, but you had to have an overall average of 70, I think. Is that correct?
Not sure what it is now, but you're dead on.
Is it?
It's the modification of that test.
Okay, it's the modification of that test. Okay, so they would report to a local, do they report to our facility or they go to a tech school facility to do this?
We have staff that are trained to do those. yes.
Okay, very good. And how's that graded? Is that graded through a Scantron type
Yes,
system?
sir.
Okay. And listen, some of these mics are coming on and some aren't, so please make sure, get my attention. I don't want to miss anybody. Right now I've got 8 on. Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, so
Once they get past the test,
then we do our background checks.
okay.
Um,
And
Would-
please tell us what that is.
I would have to
Exactly.
defer to our OPS on
Well,
their
let's-
part of it.
That's,
but
that's,
we
that's
also-
fine. Then let's have OPS come up and
Okay.
as we walk through this,
Everybody, do I need to push?
no, I've got you
You
on.
got me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Matt Wolf. I am the Director of OPS.
Matt, tell us your background real quick, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. I did 23 years at Rockdale Sheriff's Department, worked in pretty much every aspect of law enforcement at the Sheriff's Department. I ended up my career there as jail commander. Then I went to the Department of Juvenile Justice as the Director of Investigations there. And then I was appointed a deputy commissioner spot there.
Who'd you work for at Juvenile Justice?
Mr. Tyrone Oliver.
I've heard of him.
Yes, I've heard of it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And then I moved with him as well over to Department of Corrections.
Fantastic. What's your training in background checks or investigations?
I have ran IA at both Rockdale at one time.
I being internal affairs?
That's correct.
Thank
And
you.
then also internal affairs at the Department of Juvenile Justice.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Trained in interview techniques and other unique skills?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, if you would tell us what a background check consists of
Yes,
for
sir.
Georgia
So
Department of
once
Corrections.
we get the applicant from HR, the individual is assigned to an agent, the regional agent, whatever region that person is from. That person will do interviews with anybody on the application. A lot of the applications actually go back because the necessary information isn't there, so it takes a little bit longer.
How many, you said an agent in a region?
Yes,
How many regions do you have?
I have 3 regions.
And how many agents operate within those 3 regions?
We are slated for 154 slots, and currently I have 144.
Okay,
Some of the southern prisons are hard to hire in those locations.
and why is it hard to hire? Is it geography or is it pay?
It's geography most of all. You know, the pay is there, especially in the South Georgia locations. It's just getting somebody from that's working law enforcement. We mostly take mandated people. We do hire within Department of Corrections. We do take applications from internally from the COs if they would like to transfer to OPS. But most of the time we go outside for mandated people.
Mandated being post-certified peace officers?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome. So it's assigned to an agent in that region. They will do social media checks, see if anything is questionable. And
Social media check, does that involve a software program?
I don't believe that you use a social, a platform as such.
So this is just grinding searches
Yes,
via the
they would-
internet?
Yes, sir. They'll list the ones that they say they have, what social media platforms they're involved in. And we will check those. And we also check to see if they have any that they did not mention within the application.
How do you check those that they do not mention?
By name mostly, or associates, anybody associated with them on the application, they'll look to see if they're connected to that person.
So if I'm thinking about it, it's almost, and again, it's our job to hammer at this stuff. It's a courtesy check. As much information as you're provided for in the application is about as far as we could go.
Now,
I mean, no, that's, please,
I think, and Matt, elaborate on this if you may. We just got to know about 10 to 20% of the people fail the background checks. But so they list so we find a name that they or a social media account that they didn't list on there. We'll start diving into that. Sometimes it takes a long time in the process. We're trying to streamline it a little bit. Is that if they find something on their social media background checks that takes them down another path, we go down that path. We follow that until we can't anymore. So it's not like we just take it on face value for what they list and then that's it. So I don't know if you want to, without going into too much detail with the Intel unit, what you all do when it as it relates to that.
Well, and I guess maybe that helps answer the question. and I brought up software a while ago because I know there are software programs that we can put in that goes down there, but there are certain Intel tools.
Absolutely.
Okay, that you can use to get around the typical, person who's trying to prevent you from finding out where they go.
Yeah.
Um,
Yes, because we have a whole, like his Intel unit that can kind of look in internal, phone calls, all the cell phones that we confiscate from our inmates, all that data is stored somewhere. We cross-reference and check that, but I don't want to just take that, but I'll let you elaborate a little bit on that without.
Yeah,
Without,
we
yeah,
do
we don't
use-
want to
security
divulge
stuff.
any, yeah.
we do use the Clear and stuff like that, that
Okay.
brings up all their information. And if they have ever listed another social media somewhere else or something like that. But again, they would have to list it somewhere in order for us to find it.
Right. Okay.
Oh,
Carry on,
okay,
yes.
so they'll do interviews with anybody listed on the application, and if that takes them to another
Are these
interview.
in-person interviews?
Yes, they are. They are in person if they have to, if there's something that I would think some are by telephone, but definitely some are in person.
They spoke to my Sunday school teacher in person and apparently she convinced them I wasn't a terrible person.
Yes, sir. So then if there's any discrepancies in criminal history or anything like that, they will gather the reports from the jurisdiction in which that incident occurred. And then we make recommendations to HR, back to HR, whether we would hire or not.
Okay. And so when you make when the recommendation is made back, what percentage would you say that if they make a recommendation back as a do not hire, that y'all do not hire?
100%.
100%?
Yes, sir.
Very good.
I will also say, as the commissioner mentioned, we do the phone numbers are cross-referenced with any phones that we have gathered during searches or from the outside subjects to see if they ever had contact with these subjects inside as well.
Do y'all continue to use these Intel tools after a person's hired with the Georgia Department of Corrections?
We do often with the and mostly the cell phone stuff. Yes,
Right.
sir.
And then the person is,
Then we do a formal job offer letter. Yes, sir.
and then after the formal job offer is offered, and then they're onboarded?
They're onboarded.
And
yes,
what
sir.
is that process?
We bring them in, the first 3 days is orientation. We're there with our HR staff. We call it pre-service orientation. They're with HR, they're also with training. From there, we make sure they have everything they need as far as post is concerned before sending them off to the academy. They do also get to work with correctional officers on various posts during that time where we call them cadets.
During which time?
Between being hired and going off to basic correctional officer training.
Okay, the 3-day orientation, once it's over, there could be a lag time before they get to the
Before
academy?
another class starts.
And to be
yes, sir.
clear, the academy's at Tiff College?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
It depends on where they're located because we have some regional academies now as well.
okay, where the regional academies?
We have one in Reedsville or Smith State Prison area. We have one up at Lee Arundel, which is in North Georgia. We also have one in Milledgeville.
And they're all 5 weeks and they're all the
Yes,
exact
sir.
same curriculum?
Yes, sir.
And they're taught by post-certified instructors?
Yes, sir.
So the lag time between the 3-day orientation and getting into the academy is typically how long?
Again, it depends on where we are in the hiring process. It could be anywhere from 2 weeks to 30 days. If they come at the start of a BCOT class, that class has to graduate before they can go to the next.
And are you looking for a particular number to accumulate before you engage an academy, or do you have small classes, big classes, just based on?
Based on the numbers that are ready to go. Yes, sir.
Okay. So they complete the 5-week academy class?
Yes, sir.
And that is coordinated by
Mr. Baswell.
Mr. Baswell, will you come back up, please? Sit back here, Mr. Baswell.
Yes, sir.
Would you explain the 5-week academy, please?
Sure. Yes, sir. The 5-week academy, our primary one is in Forsyth at TIFF. There's, as Ms. Edwards said, there's 3 regional academies. That 5-week academy right now, it's a It's 208 hours.
Yeah, let me back up real quick. Would you give us your background again
Sure, yes, sir.
as far as the education side, training side?
From the training side?
Yes.
I have spent most of my career in training. I'm a post-certified instructor, correctional officer, probation officer, police officer, a special agent. I got just over 6,000 hours of post-training in my record in my 27 years of service.
Just over
Just
6,000.
a little
Yeah,
bit,
that's
actually
it.
6,500 or something now. Yes, sir. I'm a senior instructor and I've been doing, most of my career has been in training. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I previously, in my career as a training director while we were located at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center as well. So I am also the commissioner's designee on the post council as well.
Perfect. And so I want to point out, not only do you instruct, but you build curriculum and everything associated with that.
Yes, sir.
correct?
And on
Yeah.
one of the later slides, we have our training unit is divided into 4 categories. One category is nothing but curriculum.
Right.
And we have a team that does nothing but curriculum and standards. But the basic training program right now currently is 208 hours. 149 of those hours are mandated by one of the 5 various standards we have to follow, from post, state law, our own policies, federal regulations, and ACA standards. So that is 149 of those hours. The remaining of those hours are things that we just, as an agency, feel that a correctional officer needs to know. We are in a constant evolution of assessing and reevaluating that 5-week program. It is a mix of academics, testing, and lots of practical exercises as well. So it consists of firearms, defensive tactics, and lots of as much hands-on as we can do in that 5-week program. We're in the middle of reanalyzing it and making it even better. It's going to be about a 6.5 week. That was slated to start in January, a new program. But once we started a training assessment with the folks that the governor's office had us looking at, we kind of put that on pause. We're going to roll it out July 1, just in case there's some great recommendations and things that we could tweak before we roll it out.
Is crisis intervention training a part of the current training?
It is not, but it will be, sir.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
And-
It is one of the topics that will be added July 1.
Okay, and you're familiar with the program?
Yes,
and-
sir.
And I'm sure have been through it.
Yes, sir.
And basically crisis intervention training is telling those in public safety how to deal with those with mental health issues and in distress, and focuses highly on de-escalation and
Yes, sir.
basically it's a DSM-5 for public safety as much as you can condense that down,
Yes, sir.
because we are dealing with the increase of the mental health population within our prisons, and it is normally a skill that had not been integrated necessarily into public safety. Would that be?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so that will be a part coming up?
It is.
your
It's not
intention?
the full 40-hour CIT certification program. It is a condensed version, but yes, sir.
But it accomplishes, you as a professional feels what it needs to accomplish?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay, so the 5-week program, I come into the 5-week program and I basically fall into your schedule, which covers all the things you've spoken of
Yes, sir.
in 5 weeks.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How comfortable are you with the 5-week academy or a 6-week academy for the responsibilities that these men and women are taking upon themselves to go in there? And these are, in many cases, people that have never worked in that type of environment.
Honestly, I'm very comfortable with that, giving them that foundation. But as you know from your background, training and knowledge is different than experience. And experience is something we cannot give in the academy. So we do a great job of giving them a foundation and the basic skill set that they can build on. But that experience is done by, FTOs in the field when they get back to their institutions.
Okay, and how long are they under the supervision of a field training officer?
I believe it's 6 months once they get out. That
It is.
And how often are they evaluated by the field training officer, written evaluations?
They have actually every month that field training officer actually completes that documentation, and we actually have a staff member that monitors FTOs from our level as well. But there's also a field training coordinator that's at that facility that also manages that group. And they work in conjunction with the actual lieutenant that's a trainer at that facility in preparation of going to BCOT, and then once they return, going through the FTO program.
And I would assume you have remedial corrections in that process where somebody maybe not measuring up to the standard or the policy?
Absolutely. And in that time, that FTO continues to work with that officer to work on those trainings. And let me back up for a second. There are also additional trainings, and you may get into this a little bit, that goes into that officer after they've returned back from BCOT. And during that course, that remedial training, as well as those other additional trainings, are given to that, offered to that officer.
Now, those additional trainings that you speak of, are those additional training hours uniform to maintain post certification, the 20-hour and all this? Or are they unique trainings specifically to skill sets required inside correction facilities?
They're unique to maintaining, well, one, they get credit hours for that training, but they are unique to maintaining their post assignments or specific posts that they will be assigned to at that facility.
Because the close contact and the medium and center, those are two very distinct, different jobs, correct?
Correct. Well, different jobs in terms of who they're dealing with, yes.
Right. And so would it be close that if I'm dealing with individuals who are never going to leave that facility until their heart stops beating, as opposed to the individual that does have an exit date, the types of correctional officers I'm putting into those places are different,
Correct. And
whether through osmosis or from the day they walk in.
And you're dead on. And what we're learning though, Senator, is we're beginning to give trainings that we gave at close security prisons to medium security staff as well. So we're enhancing their training to meet the same standard as our close security facilities.
Because in a perfect world, wouldn't they all be trained to the highest level if we need to move people around?
Absolutely.
Because I think I remember in 2020 when we had riots here in Atlanta, the most intimidating group that ever showed up to manage came from the Georgia Department of Corrections. And they were some of the highest trained law enforcement officers in the state of Georgia. And so if every correctional officer were trained to that level, I think the violence would be, I think a lot of those housed in those institutions would be less violent by choice by looking at a professional, well-trained staff through the door. But continue on, if you will. Once they get into the FTO process, and you have some contact with those FTOs, correct?
Yes, sir. We certify them. They come through our full FTO certification and training process as well.
Who did they report to?
They report to the institutional leadership
Okay.
at that prison.
Do you
But their
have any-
certification, guidance, and FTO manual and things of that nature comes from training?
Do they receive ongoing training themselves, the FTOs, beyond the FTO training program?
Not specifically, no, sir.
So how do we maintain the freshness and energy within an FTO if they're there doing the job of a correctional officer and the additional responsibility of an FTO?
I'm not sure how we do it from a training sense, because we work in tandem with his folks. And one of the things that we talked about earlier about training, and I know you have a background and understand post, under ACA, all of our staff that have contact with inmates, they get 40 hours of training, not the minimum that
20.
post requires.
Good.
And in that 40 hours, how it works for all of our staff. So just generally speaking, layman's terms, it's a week of minimum training that all of our staff get if they have contact. So the first 20 hours is the post mandated stuff that you're very familiar with, Mr. Chairman. But the rest of that is very specific to that institutional award. And we have a training advisory committee that meet, that develop new curriculum. And we give basically, for lack of better terms, like a smorgasbord to that ward and say, okay, you have 2 more days of training. What are your individual needs? Sometimes it will be on supervision or FTOs or things of that nature. Sometimes it will be on report writing or something else, whatever that institution needs. So every year at a minimum, everyone that has contact with correction or with inmates has a 40-hour minimum. And just to give you an example, I'm super proud of our staff training. We have an agency that is really invested in training. Last year, we taught 126 different topic programs within our agency. So that's the kind of level of variety of training that our staff training does put on.
Well, I'm gonna be that guy again.
Yes, sir.
There's always newfangled ideas coming out, and we've all been there, and we left with whatever little stress ball or whatever they wanted to give us because we went to their training course and we found out that it lasted 15 minutes and did not meld well into that environment. So is there some benefit to uniformity? While I appreciate the wardens wanting some unique things, but report writing to use something that I think is extremely important. So those additional 20 hours, shouldn't there be some uniformity in that also?
And honestly, generally speaking, it's an agency option, but generally speaking, most of that has always been the fundamentals and the basics of the job
Okay, and
that are reinforced on an
you
annual
you
basis.
mentioned in the academy that defensive tactics are part of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that uniform defensive tactics? Do we teach a particular discipline?
No, sir. It is a conglomeration of our own. So because what we do in a correctional settings is slightly different than on the streets. It
Right.
does cover the same, affecting arrest and handcuffing and resistance and things of that nature, but it also includes ground fighting and knife defense and things of that nature. It's a little bit more specific to a correctional setting.
Right, but that is uniform. It's what's taught in the academy
Yes, sir.
is uniform to
Absolutely.
every institution.
Yes, sir.
Once they move into the facility that they're going to operate in, are there updates and refreshers on defensive tactics?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because we all understand the liability and bright lights that are put on anytime a corrections officer comes in physical contact with a prisoner. And so everything's consistent.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can I just jump in right quick and just?
Yeah, it's your show.
No, I mean, no, I just want to just clarify too, this because like we do the core 20, you want to talk about consistency. We do those core 20 hours, but that additional 20 that Mr. Battle was talking about from a facility standpoint is curated for that facility just based on their special mission. You talked about like your big, medium, your high security, our medical prison. Sometimes the warden sees that additional 20 hours may not go just for that core group for like report writing, but we may need to do some more additional training on medical transporters or transportation or de-escalation, depending on what that's for. So it's curated for the special mission of that prison, those additional 20 hours.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. It's just those things that are the core mission,
Correct.
the additional 20
Yes.
for the core mission. I just want to make sure that, because like I was saying before, and I think you got an excellent individual running your program. There are, everybody has a new idea. And 9 out of 10 times, if you've been a trainer for 15 minutes, you realize those new ideas, the reason we keep getting new ideas because new ideas die every day. Because a lot of new ideas are created by people who either spent 15 minutes on the job or have never been on the job. And the uniqueness of being inside of a correctional institution is far beyond anything. I love Post. I love everybody affiliated with it. I love Gypstick and everybody affiliated with it. But regular Joe, something that Senator Bearden alluded to earlier, regular Joe and Jane law enforcement officer, they can't handle the pressures inside of a prison and inside of a jail. It's a different world. And so the training has to accommodate for that. But up here, what we pay for, what we take taxpayer dollars out and send it out there for is consistency.
Yes.
We don't need 30 something different
Oh, yeah.
pods out there doing different things. So that was my concern about that.
Yes.
So, you're on.
Mr. Chairman, so I'm curious about our graduation rates. I know you've talked about the new program that's been implemented. Do you all have comparatives for other states that are nearby in terms of graduation? Because based on my back of the paper math here, we're losing $1 million due to only 76% of folks graduating. And so I'm just curious, is that consistent? Is that normal? Are we average in terms of, obviously everybody shouldn't pass. Right. But $1 million is a lot of money where I come from. Maybe not here, but where I come from, $1 million is a lot of money. That's a lot of wasted money, quite frankly. And so I'm just curious how we compare to our neighbors in terms of graduation. And if we aren't compared, if we're lower, are there things that we can implement on the front end that could help decrease our fail success, our washout success?
Well, to answer first one, the comparison is really difficult because even there's more diversity in correctional training across the nation than even police officer training. I did a conference in North Dakota. Their basic correctional officer training was 9 days. Was their entire training program. And then you have some states where their correctional officer training is a little bit longer because they blend it with basic law enforcement mandate folks. So it's really hard to compare one to the other. So the closest thing we compare it to here in Georgia is our mandate program, which it's about the same washout rate. And generally, it's very similar to the reasons, academic settings. And that, like I said, like 2 years ago, when we started interviewing, it was with that exact same concern. And it generally, it's academics, firearms, and then some people just self-attrit. And one of the things that also goes hand in hand with that is, as Mr. Chairman said earlier, we don't sacrifice standards. So we're one of the areas that is enforcing a standard, not just a post standard, but our own standards in the training program. So I don't want to say that, we take pride in the washout rate by any means, but we don't sacrifice the standards as well. So it is something we're constantly evaluating. That's honestly, Senator Jackson, is probably one of my major concerns that's on my radar. Yes, ma'am.
And what is your washout rate?
It's decreasing rapidly, but she is exactly right. It's about 25% from the
Okay.
start of day one to the graduation
And,
date.
and 25% is not a bad washout rate at all.
It is not.
It's $1
Under-
million
Well,
washout
no,
rate.
I understand it's $1 million. What we looked at is, and we looked at it, I think there was an audit done of the post-instructor program at one time, and it was close to a 50% washout rate. And if you have a high washout rate, you may have a bad instructor,
Yes.
is what we discovered. No, I mean, all seriousness, in university or anywhere, if half of your class is failing, we either have the wrong students in there or we have the wrong instruction. And ego in the good way. I don't think you'll find a stronger ego anywhere in public safety than you'll find in trainers, because they take a whole lot of pride in creating the job is to make them better than we are, is the job. So this 25% washout rate, it's got to be lower than the mandate rate. Is that right?
It is now. So with the implementation of success coaches and some of the things we've done, we've watched that decrease.
So if we're losing $1 million in a 5-week program, and then if you look at large police departments and sheriff's offices, that number's got to be much higher because of the investment that they put in equipment and everything else that comes along with that. When you try to value an employer, and you've been through mandate programs.
Yes.
And you're a post-certified peace officer, is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct? Okay. I want your professional opinion. And of course, the commissioner and I are very clear on our intent here in this meeting on the types of candidates that you're getting. You've been in the mandate class and you saw the candidates coming in and the job they were going for. Do you see a difference in the types of candidates that apply for corrections as opposed to traditional law enforcement?
Not anymore. No, sir.
Okay,
Not
so
currently.
interchangeable, you would say.
Yes, sir.
You,
One of the things that us being the unsung heroes, and forgive me because this is just my opinion, one of the challenges that we face in corrections is most people come to us because it's a job. There's not a lot of kindergartners that can't wait to grow up and work in a prison. And so our challenge is a little bit harder than the law enforcement mandate folks who are like clergy members who are there because it's part of their passion and it's part of their dream. We have the challenge of getting people there and turning it into a career for them when they walk in the door not wanting a career. And I'm speaking only from my own personal. I went straight out of the Army, came into the Georgia Department of Corrections because I had a car note and I needed a job. And then very quickly, I just fell in love with it and realized this is an incredible place and a wonderful career. That is our challenge, because unlike even traditional law enforcement, or when you cut your pay in half to go to Muskogee County, is because your heart was into something you wanted to do. We have that challenge in the Department of Corrections that we have a lot of people come there for a paycheck.
so the answer is yes, then,
It-
because those who go to the police academy have watched it's, and I think everybody knows, I don't watch any cop shows because none of them are real. They come there because they fell in love with it.
Right.
And when they're coming to corrections, it's not because they fell in love with it. They just need a job.
Yeah, so I'm speaking about the caliber of the individual.
That's right.
Not where their heart and soul is.
So you're having to train somebody up to get them to love something, where at the police academy, they're already there.
Yes, sir.
And I think that kind of goes back to just like I spoke about earlier, the perception of the profession as a whole. I think it's some of the things that we're working on, not only here in Georgia, but on a national level, is to elevate the what it is to be a correctional officer, the unsung heroes. Again, I've worked every aspect of law enforcement for that matter. And we're not correctional officers, jailers, whatever you want to call, in respect to where they work, are not seen as on the same caliber as someone who works on the road or works out there on the street.
Where do you get that perception from? And it's a rhetorical question. I mean, I want to hear where do you get that perception?
Even
from?
coming up in the field from my own perception, when I start off in jail, it's like, oh, you're just a jailer. You got there on the street, the people who've never worked in a jail or worked in a correctional setting, and when they go to the street, they tend to, you can kind of hear anecdotally when you sit and you're talking to law enforcement or public safety officials, oh, you just work for DOC. I've heard people have told me before, oh, y'all are not real public safety agencies, but they tend to forget when we're on the front lines during civil unrest, we're standing on the front lines, and so
Whose fault is that?
I think, we all have a part to share in that. And I think that's why I appreciate this committee, the House committee, what the governor's doing, what the study committee is kind of to highlight what it is to be a correctional officer, work in corrections field. Because oftentimes we work behind the scenes. We're behind the wire. We're not out riding around. We don't have flashing. Well, we do, but we're not public facing like that every single day. People tend to forget the importance of the job that we have in keeping Georgians safe and keeping the public safe. We have over 50,000, close to 50,000 offenders in our custody that the men and women that we have on staff are actually keeping Georgians safe. So while we can go out there and arrest a bad guy, we got to keep them in there and making sure that they don't go out and cause harm to anyone else in the state.
And,
I think
yours
people
are
tend to forget
convicted
that.
bad guys.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so I think people tend to forget that the important mission that we have and making sure that that's a calling. We have to cultivate that next generation coming up, like those kindergartners, those middle schoolers going back in. I've empowered, and I'm sorry, I don't want to lose your thought, but I've empowered from awards level and out there in the field. Let's get back in the community because coming from public safety, we're out in the community. We're going to these job fairs. We're going and talking to the community. We have to excite that next generation coming in to want to be a correctional officer. So we have to do a better job of highlighting what we do because we are the unsung heroes and we have the toughest mission. So we want those people that have that right mindset to come in here to be able to handle that job.
No, I was just gonna say, it's, you're absolutely correct. It's going back to Chairman's comment, there's probably at least minimum 24 shows, cop shows, how you can solve a crime in an hour and you're a hero and something blows up. I kind of look at from our university and our technical school systems. I think we got the greatest technical school system in the country, but there's no Wednesdays for babies for the technical school, but there's a ton with the UGA and everything else. So it's just, I think you're in a very tough position. And I think your men and women in corrections do a great job. And you're right, they're unsung heroes for what they do. And we need to make sure that people know that it's a good career path to go down. And it's up to us to kind of figure out how do we do that.
Yeah, and I think again, I appreciate this committee because we're actually talking about it. When I come around the Capitol, we have law enforcement day, and I know this body doesn't do that, but oftentimes we're not a part of that. Let's make us a part of the public safety family and really highlight what the men and women do behind the wire. Again, I'll say it. I'm going to say it 100 times. You're probably going to get sick of me telling y'all this, but they have the toughest mission in public safety. Period.
Well,
100%.
but also,
And they need to be appreciated.
who shares that responsibility though to uplift that profession? Some of that, and 100%.
Yeah, it's
I'm
on me.
gonna tell you, and I want to stand corrected. I watch Dragnet and Adam 12 and Barney Miller, the only three I watch, because those were probably more of a reflection of real law enforcement than anything else. But I've been to Gypstick back when Department of Corrections Academy was there, back when GBI Academy was there, Trooper Academy was there, and we were there. And if we dressed everybody in street clothes, I could have told you where everybody was employed. Because I could have profiled everybody by the way they carried themselves, by their conditioning, by the gait, the pride that they showed in the gait as they walked up to accept whatever. Because you could see it, and somebody with a military background understands, and we all understand the first level of force used by an officer is he or she in a room, how they stand,
Absolutely.
how they dress, how they wear the uniform. everything is reflected. And I will say, because I got to be that guy, is that I've been in facilities before where the individual that I was talking to or interviewing, I would have never hired.
Mhm.
In the interview, we would have picked it up really quickly. Now, I've been in law enforcement agencies with the same thing. Don't get me wrong. I've been there and people have asked me, Muskogee County hiring, and I said no. And we always had slots open because I knew that individual was not the type of individual we'd want out there.
Insane.
So don't we in corrections have to accept some responsibility and dig ourselves out of a hole that we have created?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I think you're absolutely right. And I think we do that, right? So
Yeah.
we're picking the best that we have to pick from out of that 844 and hiring that 110. But going back to your perception, you're talking about like you can dress everybody down in street clothes at Gypstick and kind of look and see who belongs where. When you go back and you take a look at it, because I've been there too on the other side of it, you know, a lot of those people that we're talking about, when you're talking about either jailers or correctional officers, they tried to apply to become a trooper. They tried to apply to become a deputy sheriff. They tried to apply to become a DNR game warden, community supervision. They tried that, but they couldn't make it. So they have a passion to be in public safety and to serve the state. And so they end up coming to us. And that's what I'm talking about. It's like lifting that up. Not saying that we don't lower our standards, but we kind of get left what we get left with. We got to pick the best out of the best of what we have to offer. And I think that's reflective of the numbers that you see there, because I wish I could hire all 844 applicants.
Yeah.
But we kind of get left with.
Well, what I'm hoping is this committee comes up with recommendations and suggestions that 2 years from now, people from other state agencies and people from municipal agencies and people from county agencies are envying those who are being hired into the Department of Correction.
Absolutely.
Is what my goal is. I've told you before, you're the largest law enforcement agency in the state. I don't necessarily love the term unsung heroes because I was blessed to do what I did for 31 years. I was never a hero. You know, I was put there by whatever God anybody believes in to do that job. You know, a hero to me is a banker that goes out and saves somebody's life because that's not his or her job. We do our job because it's our job. Our job is unique. And it's tough, but man, you know, the adrenaline dump, the way we feel when we get home, that's the reward for it. The heroes are the people that do the job. They're not trained to. Senator Harbison's a hero.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the man that served this country
Yeah.
doing what he did in faraway lands is a hero. But we have a problem that has to be solved in these recommendations. And these are the people that impress me, the people that start out as correctional officers and work their ways into the positions that this lady has worked her way into. But I'm gonna tell you, a 15-minute introductory interview, that is not how we find the best of the best. And we need to find the best of the best because this is the most dangerous job in law enforcement. But we have problems because we didn't have problems. I wouldn't be able to go on your website or the GBI website and read about all the correctional officers who have been arrested, the wardens who have been arrested and others. And so we have found a gap and we here in the Senate take responsibility for that too, because obviously we aren't giving you the resources you need to correct those problems. And so it's a shared responsibility.
It is. And if I may just touch on that a little bit, because, you know, I think
Well, it comes from, like I said earlier, bad apples. They don't become bad apples once they get in there. There's a rot there already to some degree. Look, I was offered a bribe.
Mhm.
There was never a question whether I was going to take it or not. There was none. My mother raised me right. And so coming in there was never a question. There's rot in those people coming. in the
Absolutely. I
door.
mean, it comes back to your moral compass and in that. And you know, I wish there was a magic wand to kind of test what that, if you have good moral compass. If you have a lot of good people that come in, and to your point, yeah, they get compromised over time. Why that happens, that's something internal within. You know, I just, you know, just caution as we talk about the perception of this profession and what we're doing is that, yeah, we do have those bad actors. We do have those bad apples, but I think it's not the vast majority of the men and women that work at the Georgia Department of Corrections.
100%, but you know what you're never going to read in the AJC?
Well, that's a,
You're never going to, you're never going to read that 95% or 99% of correctional officers in Georgia got up this morning, went and did the job exactly the way they were supposed to do. You're not going to read that.
Mhm.
You're not going to read about clergy. They're not going to write that 99% of clergy got up and went and did their job today and didn't step over an ethical line. You're certainly not going to read it about my profession. And so, and you're certainly not going to read it about anybody in the Georgia State Senate or over in the House. So when that pops up like that, that's what the public sees. And we know that we see how public responds now. We just had an election. We see how public responds to the hyperbole and what they consume out of the media. And what they consume out of the media when it comes to the Georgia Department of Corrections is not positive. And this committee here is here to stand with the Georgia Department of Corrections to get to where we need to be.
yes, sir.
Be damned to the media and their opinion. We need to get to where we need to be. And part of that is having a process that brings people in the door,
Mhm.
gets them into training. The thing that encourages me is the success coach.
Yes.
Because I'll tell you, success coach, if you get somebody involved in that program beyond the academy, they're going to do two things. They're going to develop incredibly strong correctional officers, and they're going to identify those with weaknesses that you can put skates on and slide them out the door because they're not going to be able to do the job.
And if I can, I mean, I think it kind of talks to us, kind of good segue in, if you allow Mr. Baswell to kind of quickly go through the slides of what we're doing with training, because I
Yes.
think it's, I think it'll show, illustrate why we're climbing out of that hole from COVID and what we're doing, from a standpoint, because the profession's still the profession, but I think it's the hard work that, that the training team's doing and the men and women out there in the field are doing. That's the reason why we're climbing out of that. So,
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Bruce Commissioner.
Senator Jackson.
I just really briefly, I want to go back to this, they apply to be a trooper, they apply to be game warden, and then they finally end up at you. Do you believe that if we increase the salary and made it competitive with whatever the middle is, like maybe the game warden is more of the middle, do you believe that you would be able to get, I don't want to say higher caliber, but would you be able to get those same type of folks who do have that passion, who, is it a salary piece or is it that people don't want to be behind the wire?
it's both. It's both. I think again, we have to work on the perception and making sure that we're not looked at as, hey, you just couldn't make anywhere else, come on in. But then also they have to be compensated for the job that it entails. Again, it's a tough mission. And so I think it's a two-pronged approach. I don't think it's just a one thing of just salary. You have to attack it from both ends. But will it increase the applicant pool? I do think it'll enhance that applicant pool, but it also gonna bring out that passion. You gotta want to go in there inside the prison and work. I know a lot of people, they say, hey, I don't care how much money you pay me, I'm not going in there. But you have to have that, but also it'll help. Some people don't want to work out on the street, but it pays more.
I mean, and just I want to do just the touchy-feely thing for a moment. I'm curious, and maybe you'll go over this in the slides when you do talk about training. Part of what makes people find passion is they find meaning in the job. And so if we are framing corrections as just, you watch bad people, there's not a lot of meaning there necessarily. But if we frame it as you help to rehabilitate people, and there's opportunity, they're staffed up well enough to be able to do that job well, and they can actually see transformations happening with the folks who are housed there, we can instill meaning in the job. And I'm curious about how much of the training talks about their ability to affect change in that way, to be able to not just make Georgia safer because the person is locked up, but to make Georgia safer because when they get out, they've been rehabilitated because of their engagement with the correctional officers, right?
And I think you're going to kind of see that. We'll tie it back into what Assistant Commissioner Sanders is doing on his front, but not only mentioned from an inmate services standpoint, we have a lot of correctional officers who we call dual purpose, dual multifunctional officers, where they're also a correctional officer, but they're also a counselor, or they also do other things. So we can talk about that later on. But
Hey, I'm just saying, Senator Harbison, did you?
If I could or not, I just really want to get a little clarity on this and get, as it relates to, I think the chairman may have mentioned mentally ill
Yes.
issues and things like that. Out of the 208 hours of training, what portion of that is dedicated to training them to deal with those kinds of inmates? And I'm sure in society, we're seeing a growing number of that kind of person interact with the facilities and things like that. And then that once they're in, Mr. Commissioner, they're released back into society, how do we deal with that, if I may? Just, how do you deal with it when they are released or while they're incarcerated?
From a
Or
mental
you
health standpoint,
recognize it, mentally ill persons who you've been diagnosed, or you're diagnosed, if they've been diagnosed, do you recognize that? How do you deal with it? And I think someone asked me that before, and the pregnancy thing came up in companionship with that question. So I was just wondering how you dealt with that, the training, and then how do you deal with once they're at a facility?
Well, and from the training aspect, just being honest, the rapid increase of the numbers of mental health offenders, and I'm speaking
Yeah.
from decades ago, it used to be at a few facilities where it was heavily stressed and trained. Now it's hard to put an exact number because the mental health training overlays almost everything they do, from de-escalation classes to your specific mental health and behavior classes to our CIT classes. So there's about 20 hours that are specifically focused on dealing with offenders that have some issues, but there's a constant overlay that we're giving to all of our trainers. I mean, to all of our cadets and all of our staff in around the state get enhanced additional mental health training as well. It's not just part of our mandated stuff in service. We actually deliver specific mental health training statewide to even our veteran staff because the world has changed. So it's hard, honestly, Senator, to put a specific number up, but there's over 20 hours of it that's dedicated to it specifically. But dealing with mental health individuals is a constant overlay in almost everything that we do now.
And then in your case, it'd be another facility who would house those people. Is that correct?
no, so one of the things that we've done, because of the population is changing and the inmates manipulate where they want to go, we expanded our mental health footprint to all the state prisons. Every state prison have a mental health footprint. What I mean by footprint, have people that can deal with the mental illness as it relates to the population inside the state prison. Where a few years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, you had specific prisons that dealt with the mental health population. So that's part of the overlay that Director Baswell was talking about, and making sure that we're training all staff and not just specific staff, because that's expanded, that footprint's expanded throughout the state.
And we also have a forensic peer mentoring program. You talked about the reentry piece, where we partner with our outside partners to bring them in as inmates are transitioning back into the community with mental health illnesses, and they're going back to teach them how to exist in their next situation. We partner with DCS as well, and their community partnerships to make sure that they have a transition when they come out, to include their medications.
And our volunteers come in and help out to a degree. I mean, we talk about mental health holistically. You're talking about when you have volunteers coming in, our chaplaincy program, anybody who comes in to help out with our offender population also kind of helps deal with their mental illness.
Take us through the process.
The training process?
Yeah.
Or yes, with
You
mental
go-
health?
Yeah, no, training.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Go through it pretty
So this slide, the current slide that's up, we've kind of talked about everything on this slide. This is one of the things I do want to highlight is that we do have regional academies, and that was new about 1.5 years ago. You're exactly right. Our training used to be just there at TIFT.
Mhm.
And one of the things that we found a couple years ago, when we started surveying people on an individual basis, is we have people that it's actually a hardship to leave their home. You're a single parent, you have to go to live in Forsyth for 5 weeks. That's a hardship. So what we've done is we've with the goal of 4, we have 3 regional academies set in areas that can service the most facilities and the most prisons nearby. So some of our staff members in those nearby prisons can go to training and still go home at night. They can still sleep in their own beds. And we found that to be a huge factor. So what this does, this just kind of highlights the numbers. So if you go down to the bottom, those are the bullet points that we've already kind of talked about. The graduation rates 2 years ago, that was actually in the 60s. The last FY24 is at 76, and currently, I don't want to jinx it, but currently we're over 80%. We're currently, so it is on our graduation rates are on the incline. And then the graph in the bottom right, you will just see those are just the raw numbers. The top line is just the capacity if all of our academies were maxed. But really what we were looking at earlier was the numbers that were accepted and started. So on the far right in FY 24, we started out with 1,700, a little over 1,700 cadets and graduated. You can see 76% of those, 1,200 and some graduated. We are, and honestly, we already talked about this. This was has been updated. This was just in the training division, the cost of it, like we talked about earlier. This does not talk about salaries and fringe, but this is just from the training stance, instructor salary and those things. And it's actually just over 3,000 now. Those numbers have been updated with some new equipment and some new costs of uniforms and things. So it's just over 3,000 per cadet to come through the academy. So last year we had 1,736 cadets start. So that cost to the state was a little over $4.5 million. We kind of already talked about this. This is the new regional academies and where they are. I know Ms. Edwards already spoke on it, where they are, but those are the hubs in those areas. And generally right now they service all the facilities that are within a 50-mile radius, private, county, or state facilities. If they come through basic correctional officer training, they'll go to these regional academies if they're within 50 miles. Some of the things that we're proud of, these are some of our recent accomplishments. One of the things that was noted, a lot of people do use simulators in training. Obviously, I'm like you, I'm not always about the newest, latest, and greatest, but simulators bring a level of realism in a controlled training environment. We want to make it as real as possible. And what we have started doing, most agencies that use simulators use them just for firearms simulators, but we are now expanding them and using them for everything, from de-escalation techniques to report writing to just observation roles. We are now starting to use the simulators. We have
Give us an idea of a simulator, if you will.
so the simulators that we have right now are TI simulators. So there's a couple different models, but the ones we use the most, it's a about 180-degree screen all around the individual, and they come in, and it could be something as simple as a jail setting or a prison setting where someone's in the cell, and their job is to talk them down, de-escalate them, but all the scenarios are branching. So the individual's response dictates the outcome of the scenario. So the same scenario might be different for me than different from you than different from other. We have thousands of different scenarios. Sometimes we'll use them just for report writing, where you, me, and you will all see the exact same scenario, and then we'll come to our report writings and compare and see who saw what and, critique. So we use them for a lot of other things and not just for tactical or firearms, but we use them for pepper spray. They use them for taser training. We're trying to implement it even in our supervision and management classes to help them deal with fellow officers and kind of help them with their communication skills.
So all the scenarios are prison-based scenarios.
No, so we have both. We have both. We don't use the non-prison ones very often, but you got to remember that Mr. Wolf has
Right.
they use our simulators as well for our mandated police officers on the streets. So as an agency, our simulators have
Right,
cop scenarios, but in our settings, they're all prison
right.
related
That's what I
scenarios.
was saying. So they're applicable to the individuals inside there. And how new is the software that you're using, the scenarios?
The simulators, they were bought 2 years ago with grant funds, but part of that contract, they do annual updates and even come to Georgia and film and create scenarios specific to our own specific facilities.
And do we have any idea what the cost is on the maintenance? And because the equipment's the one time you bought it off a grant, you said.
Yes, sir.
This is a one-time grant?
This one was, but it did include all the costs and maintenance, and everything, I believe, for 5 years.
5 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So one of the other things that we've done recently, a couple years ago in basic correctional officer training, we were still using hardback 3-ring binders of paper that was, 2 giant 6-inch binders. And when you combine that by a couple thousand cadets a year, it gets real costly. And at the end of the day, we have a generation as was talked about earlier, they're used to electronics. You hand them a 3-ring binder and they're looking at you crazy. So one of the things that we have done, we've kind of transitioned into the goal being completely paperless, but in basic training, the students are now getting Chromebooks and they find that way more comfortable, and there's a huge cost savings to the state. Another accomplishment that we've done recently, just kind of a cost savings innovation. We've actually bought a couple of 3D printers. And I know from just training tools and enhancements from fake firearms and knives to any kind of contraband or role-playing scenarios, we were always purchasing those and they're actually a pretty high cost. Just for example, a blue handled gun, Some vendors are over $100 a piece, where we can print them for about $2 a piece. So we bought a couple of 3D printers, and all of our training props and needs that we have, we're actually doing them in-house at fractions. But we're now, the longer we use them, the more uses for them we're finding. We have a couple people that are passionate about it on staff that are creating all kinds of stuff. But already to date, they've created or built firearms and fake ammunition to use on the range for our folks.
But back into the prison setting, you're also creating edge weapons and things of this
For a
nature?
training scenario, yes, sir.
Okay, because the vast majority of assaults on officers and inmates are edge weapons, right? Inside the
Yes,
prison.
sir. Yep, absolutely. So this is just to highlight some of the accomplishments we've done. And we've already talked about this one a lot, the success coaching program.
And let me point this out real quick. I
Yes, sir.
apologize for interrupting again. We're always pleased when somebody brings cost savings in. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. And we've talked about our success coaching program. It went live August of 23. So it's been a little over a year now, and we've just seen a tremendous value in that. We've got lots of testimonials from not just cadets, but also from officers 6 months and a year out, calling, coming back, stopping by. And it's just, it's such a force multiplier in what we're doing for morale and the culture of the agency that we just see a huge value in it. And, you know, we have a lot of officers or cadets that need to talk to somebody, or sometimes just want to talk to somebody. And sometimes, you know, the people in their chain of command or the instructors in uniforms in a paramilitary setting is not just the right person they want to speak to, or even their fellow peers. So having a success coach that's, you know, on call, on standby for whatever they need is
Where do the success coaches come from?
our success coaches.
Is
They
it
come from
training
with-
staff?
No, sir. They come from within the agency.
Okay.
They are security positions, so the requirement is that they are already certified so they can relate to a correctional officer, but it's not it's not a uniform position. It's not a training position. They're the same peer counselor positions that were used all around the state for peer counselors, but we just put them on a hat of being a success coach as well.
Okay.
They're coming from within the agency.
Right.
Most of them have a background as a correctional officer. The last few we've hired worked in our communications center, or they can come from various places within the agency.
So how many success coaches currently are employed by the
7
department?
right now,
Seven.
7 positions.
Okay, these 7 positions came from where?
Right now, they've all come from within GDC in various
Okay,
places.
yeah. How are these 7 new, or did we convert 7 CO positions into success coaches?
Converted.
Okay, so these are already funded slots.
Yes, sir.
And so you took 7 open CO slots and filled them with success coaches. What unique training do these individuals have beyond that of a correctional officer?
I would probably speak more detail on the 7 or whatever, what all that entails.
Yes, so
Other than the peer counseling, because peer counseling I know has been around forever.
yes, there is, and I'll be honest, I don't have it with me right now. There's a
Right.
whole list and a pretty robust FTO program that they all go through that's been developed. It's about a 4-month process where they're kind of overviewed, shadowed, and watched. So our initial success coach that started a year and a half ago has developed the entire program really from the ground up. Obviously, they have to have some mental health training, CIT training, peer counselor training, but then most of it is really after the certification process. Most of it is hands-on in an FTO controlled manner where they have to deal with every type of scenario they can.
So
Come on,
this
sir.
program was created here in Georgia in the
Yes, sir.
Department of Corrections. Is that right? Y'all have
Yep.
taken it around the country and shown it to
Yes,
other
sir.
individuals, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so who created the curriculum for this?
Myself and
sir.
our success coach,
Okay, and your success coach is who?
a young lady by the name of Sabrina Hansford Henry. She is the supervisor of the team.
Okay, and she was a CO within the system and,
Yes, sir. And
Okay.
she was a lieutenant in the communications center when we hired her.
okay, and what, if you can recall, what was the nexus? What caused this what was the genesis of the success coach program?
A mix of surveying those staff members. And I'll be honest with you, part of it for me was looking at what we could do to retain and have better graduation rates. And what I didn't realize is that's really evolved into just helping our staff. But just being honest, that what started the ball rolling was looking at our graduation rates and seeing what we could do and how we could better serve our officers on an individual level. And so I went with the training team of basic training and just kind of tasked them and gave them the charge of, if your loved one was coming through BCOT, what would you want them to have? If your son or daughter was coming through training, what things would you want them to have that we don't currently have? And so this is one of the things they came up with. We don't have anybody on an individual level that's concerned about them on as an individual, other than just being a name and a position. Who cares about, Adam?
And I
So that's how it started.
And I think too, in talking to some of the graduates that have been through it, have had that success coach, and to elaborate on what Adam was talking about, we talking about 5 weeks, especially being at TIFF, that you have to stay there, to have those success coaches there to kind of deal with some of the mental issues. They're not just talking about getting you through the curriculum. Some of them have lifelong impacts on their lives, and you hear the testimony from them. I mean, it just gives you chills, because a year ago, we didn't have this program, and now we have it, and they're actually not only helping them through the basic academy, but they're actually being a mentor to them in their personal lives. And that's just really touching to kind of see the work that they're doing, because it's hard being away from a family for 5 weeks. And so that's where, and kudos to Adam and his leadership and the team over there to kind of look at that and survey that, to figure out what that need would be to help us get to that, knock on wood, 80% this year. Is because we recognize that was a gap that we had, to make sure that we support them in their journey coming in. Your first impression when you walk into any organization is training and how you're received coming in. So just want to just thank him and his team for that leadership and insight on that.
And they're, and we have some incredible staff with good head on their shoulders and no drama in their lives. So sometimes our success coaches are helping them enroll in college. Sometimes they're giving them financial classes. Sometimes they're helping them, point them in the right direction to get their taxes done. Sometimes, it doesn't matter whatever their needs are. Some of them, it's how do I become a nurse? And they're in a correctional officer uniform. And we just give them advice and help them out. Or sometimes a lot of it is pointing them in the right direction and giving them a subject matter expert to help guide them.
It's a fascinating program.
Thanks, sir. So, and we talked about this next slide. This is kind of the goals in the future. We are looking at having at some point having an academy in the Southwest. That's the one region of the state we don't have one, and that's probably the biggest bang for the buck in that area. And in the second bullet there, talks about the ultimate BCOT program. That's
And what communities are in that area, or what prisons are
around
in that
that-
area?
Calhoun, Autry, Lee, Bainbridge, and so it's that
Macon.
Macon State Prison kind of hits it, depending on where they live at. Yeah, Rutledge is north, but it can come in that, but a lot of times they live in Columbus and still come to TIFT.
And it depends on where they live. And if it's a hardship to go to one academy there, we do make exceptions to that too, whatever's best for the individual.
Yes, I think Rutledge is in your district, isn't it?
So we talked about the new BCOT program we were planning to roll out January of this year, but because the assessment, we kind of put it on pause and we're kind of looking. But we talked about, you see those what we labeled as enhancements. Those are things that are going to be elaborated on or are new to the new BCOT program. So we're going to add almost 2 weeks to our program. It's going to be almost just shy of 7 weeks. It'll be 280 hours approximately. The exact number hasn't been done because a few of these lesson plans have not been worked out, but it'll be about 280 hours in almost 7 weeks. And so those are some of the topics that are going to be expanded on in the new program. One of the other units in training that everyone in our world is familiar with is annual in-service. So in our world, not just basic training, the other largest part of our training is the field training, and they service those veteran staff members in the field. Like I said earlier, everyone gets 40 hours of what we call in-service. FY24, that number of 4,800 people, those are people that have completed all 40 hours. We had a lot more people that attend a lot of it, but some people will get their post-training and get advanced training somewhere else. And you can see the field training unit in the bottom there. Those are some of the additional topics on top of the mandatory in-service every year that they teach on a frequent reoccurring level. So one of the things that I talked about how robust the staff training is between basic training and this and a couple others. We have about 114 full-time public safety training instructors. That's all they do is train our staff at any given time. So they take on a heavy workload.
Now, are these courses, the in-service training, is it Monday through Friday?
We are very flexible. Generally speaking, yes, sir. But I'd be lying if I said it was always Monday through Friday, except the warden says, hey, we have, you know, this night shift. It'd be really helpful if you could come do in-service on Saturday night. We will do that.
Yeah, because I was gonna say that impacts manpower. a lot of
Correct.
times, Yeah.
Correct. So, but honestly, the majority of training is, yes, sir, Monday through Friday, not business hours, but there's always exceptions to the rule and we're very flexible. And then the other unit we talked about, the third unit is compliance and curriculum. And like I said, we have a team that is all that they look at constantly. So they're constantly reevaluating our lesson plans, our curriculum, making sure that they're within the guidelines of all the standards that we have to follow. And those are the things that they do, from the policy management, looking at post standards, ACA standards and laws changes, to curriculum, actually looking at lesson plans and redoing them.
Yeah, and federal standards too.
Yes, sir.
Several acts that I know that were mentioned. What is the reporting sexual assaults within the
Yes, sir.
PREA? And
Yeah, federal standards like PREA or NIMS training and things of that nature. All
Right.
federal standards. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then, and also what they do is that unit is in charge of our ACA accreditation for training as well. So at the bottom there, they kind of keep up with our accreditation that is constantly evolving.
and how many states focus on ACA accreditation? Because it's a if you want it, right?
Yeah, it is.
Much
It's a
like
national.
CALIA and
CALIA, it's on the same scale as CALIA for correctional agencies, but most states do participate. I'm not sure if we have 100%.
and we are ACA accredited.
For most of our facilities, not all of our facilities are ACA accredited. I think we probably have lacking maybe like 10, 13 facilities that are not.
And remind us as why they are not.
Some of it has to deal with infrastructure issues, and you have to meet certain standards as it relates to infrastructure. They just won't.
Is it because they're old?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And beyond that, I mean, all our policies and procedures other than
Absolutely.
the.
They still following the policies and procedures. They still, our policies, our standard policy and procedures statewide are ACA standards, meet the ACA standards. We just won't be able to get accredited at some facilities just based off the footprint and
Well,
infrastructure.
and I want to point out at our next meeting, we'll be talking about the DOJ report. And so if we could look at some of their reporting, I would be interested to know if some of their specific cases were at facilities that are not ACA accredited because of hardscape and facility issues.
Okay.
So.
And this is one of the things that I wanted to highlight. One of the things we do is, obviously the world is changing, especially during COVID, everyone's world changed. So what we've really looked into do is a lot of blended and online learning as well. So we kind of do lots of hybrid training on both. One of the things that we do is we do piggyback off the Georgia Public Safety Training Center's system. So we do not have our own learning management system. So from a utilization stance, we use about half of their learning management system. About half of it is the Department of Corrections. But those new enrolled numbers in the top right corner there, you can see just in 1 year, we had 110,000 people within our agency, not necessarily individual users, but those are 110,000 students that have signed up for classes.
Can they do online from the facility?
Yes, sir.
Is there areas
Yes, sir.
to accommodate? Okay.
Yep. Yes, sir. And this is where I talked about just some of the what we're looking at for our learning management system, some of the things that we're wanting to do as a training organization, because we know that online learning and distance learning, that is not going away. And so we're trying to get into that a little bit more and make it more robust. We even have a webmaster on staff who helps and works hand in hand with the folks at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center to work on our online classes to be very, very specific to our agency, of course. All right. And then the last unit we have, this is the fourth and last unit that we have in our training division. Though that is just a snapshot of some of their most popular classes. This thing, you can see the things that we teach. So just like most or any large police academy or like the Georgia Public Safety Training Center, we teach a vast variety of classes. So you can see there, those are classes that we teach constantly on an ongoing basis around the state all over. And to highlight some of the things that are new to us this last year. Matter of fact, the graduation, I believe, was 2 or 3 weeks ago. We just graduated our very first Special Agents Academy for the Georgia Department of Corrections. That is a investigative academy that was modeled after the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's Special Agent training. The one thing unique for us, we do it in-house. This is the first one we've done in-house for our own special agents. And when they graduate our program, they're actually post-certified and recognized, and they get another number, just like your PBLE number. They'll get another special agent number granted to them from post when they graduate from our class. We had 19 graduates in our program a few weeks ago. And in that Special Agents Academy, obviously, we use the simulators, and there's a lot of practicals as much as possible. I've kind of talked about the simulators already. And that is all that I have from a training stance.
All right. Well, listen, what we're going to do, our posture right now is we're going to go ahead and take a break. You let everybody grab a little lunch and we'll come back in at 1:30.
goes through our offender administration unit. So no facility moves an inmate without it first touching that component of that unit and them making the actual moves. So if a request for transfer is made, it goes into the system from the facility level to offender administration, and then a decision is made to move or not move that offender based on what our policies say. That unit has a whole gambit of policies, procedures that they manage. They of course manage over 52,000 of our offenders. And they're responsible for the placement and movement of not only our offenders, but any private facilities as well, or county prisons in our system. They make those moves as well.
Real quick, you got, it's the second bullet point on here, maintenance of offender records. And I know we've had this conversation before. I ran into it in a previous administration before you got there, Commissioner. Our offender records, are they all digitized?
They are not, our medical records are digitized. Our actual institutional files are still paper records. So you may have 7 volumes on one offender that also has to be moved around. And what they will manage is any files that are on a closed offender that are hours prior to archiving. So we have a local archive, and then it pushes out into a more
Where do we archive these records?
with the state archive. So we have an archives for a period of time, and then it pushes over into state archive.
How much space would you? It's
It-
got to be incredible
It's a standalone building, and they have a records,
that taxpayers own.
yes,
And we do have the medical records finally digitized.
correct.
Yeah.
And what kind of system did we use to digitize that?
The
Did we
current
go out
system
and
is
purchase a
Arma.
system?
Sorry,
Did we purchase a system?
Yes, we're in the process of purchasing our own standalone. When we switched our previous healthcare provider provided, that was part of the contract, and they provided electronic health records. Since we moved on from them, we're in the process of procuring our own standalone that we own, electronic health record
Well,
system.
I'm not here to beat anybody up, but I remember under a previous administration, we had spent millions and millions and millions of dollars to get Augusta to develop a proprietary software program to convert our medical records, and we got nothing for it.
We have
And
that
I was
now.
just mind-boggling to me that we wasted millions of dollars when we could have went out and purchased an off-the-shelf product that would have done it for us. But again, bureaucracy and egos destroy communities. So I just want to make sure all of our medical records, we do have a system now, they're getting on there.
Correct.
Yeah,
And so
all of our medical records are electronic.
Good,
And
good.
as we switch our healthcare providers, they will continue to be,
we will own the
we will-
system, and they will be written into the RFP that they will use our system, correct?
it's ours already,
Correct.
yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then, but right now, our inmate records are not digitized.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
And just for clarity, there is a portion of our records that are scanned into our offender management system that you do have. However, the volumes are so large, some of our older files are in volumes of records up to 8 or 9.
Yeah, but at some point, we've got to, everything that comes in, whether we set a date and store things, yeah,
Correct.
because we have to maintain. Thank you.
And kind of speaking to that point, they're processing over 24,000 documents a year in that unit. They process all court sentences coming into the system. So as we talk about just kind of moving, flowing, when a sentence comes into the Georgia Department of Correction, it goes into a portal. All counties are a part of that portal, and we make sure that it's a legal sentence, make sure that everything is correct within that packet, and then we bring that case or that packet in from the clerk of court on any new sentence. Once that comes in, then we begin the process of what we talk about as intake. We notify the county that we're ready to bring those offenders in at that time. Go into each sentence.
Now, when you bring the offender in, the county transports the offender, correct?
They do in some cases, and there are also hubs that we have nearby, and then we also pick up from some sheriffs. It just depends on the county.
What makes the difference between you picking them up and the sheriff having to load them on a bus and bring them?
Well, Fulton County, as an example, or Gwinnett County will bring them to us as just a matter of their process. They prefer to bring them to us. We may have a county that's in North Georgia where they will bring it to one of our prisons in the local area, and then we'll transport down to Jackson, or we'll have a facility near some of our sheriff's offices and we'll pick up and bring down. It just depends on the
I think,
relationship.
you know, this has been an ongoing conversation for years about sheriffs talking about transport and the costs associated with it and things of
Right.
that nature. So the larger facilities bring them to you.
They have, well, the larger metro facilities have.
Right. Well, I know we in Columbus has a bus and they load them up and bring them to Jackson, I
Correct.
believe. Yeah. But you do have hubs for some of the smaller agencies,
Absolutely.
and then they'll transport from the hub to you guys.
Correct.
Are they processed in at the hub or are they
They're-
processed in Jackson?
They're processed in at Jackson.
Okay.
So
County pays for the transport.
Yes, sir.
and so then going back to offender admin and the relationship they have with the sheriffs, they have a relationship with every one of the sheriffs and their jailers, as well as clerk of court, to make sure that they're having those communications, as well as our transportation unit. And they know if a sheriff pops up at our facility and, you know, with an offender on a court return or anything like that, to go ahead and take that offender. And those court returns can go to any facility, or the facility that they came from.
What's a court return?
Offender that has been called back to court on a court production order.
So they're on loan from your facility?
Correct.
Right. So they're still your inmate.
We still maintain the inmate, but we notify that they are out to court.
What portion do you house that have pending cases back in the other jurisdiction? Is that a big number?
No, I mean, it's an ongoing number. I'll tell you that and the wonderful thing is during COVID, we were able to push across our video court system.
Right.
So that number has significantly dropped in terms of the number of actual court productions that we're taking out to court. However, there are some that require that they go back to the county, and it's not a large number, but we keep a running count of who's out where at that time.
Okay, thank you.
And again, talking about how we process and that e-sentence package and that portal that I talk about, here are all the things that are contained within it. I won't go into each specific things, but it's just them pulling in all new sentences, split sentences, having that conversation with any parole revocations, or probation revocations, and of course, juvenile sentences. Next unit is our offender intake, movement unit. When those offenders come into our system, once we get a completed packet and we're notified, we have 15 days to bring those cases into our system. The only delay in that system is if some of the paperwork is wrong in the system and we have to return it back to the court, and then we bring them in. And quite honestly, we do an awesome job of bringing them in. Anytime a sheriff has someone they want to expedite, we try to make sure we accommodate anytime that happens as well.
What, you say the sheriff wants to expedite out of the jail into the Department of Corrections?
Correct. Quite honestly, they have my number, the commissioner's number, or even offender admin, Ashley Hanson is our director there, and they'll make a call. A lot of times they're on medical expedites, or someone that's disrupting their jail, we'll bring in, or high profile cases. On average, bringing into diagnostics, this includes the female count. We're bringing in about 200, 250 a week to Jackson or Arendelle. Currently, we also run our transfers through Jackson as well. So we will bring inmates up to Jackson to transfer out and disperse throughout our system. And we're moving almost 500 inmates per week in the Georgia Department of Corrections. Average completed diagnostics and transferred out of Georgia Diagnostics is about 12,000 a year. And they're processing, when they say referrals, that means those court cases coming in, about 100 cases a week coming in to us on ready for pickup. Our FY24 totals were 14,841 intakes. And we successfully pushed out 14,412. That remaining group that's there is there for medical reasons. Sometimes they go back out to court during that time, and that's why they're still in that diagnostic phase of why they're there. Offender movement. I spoke to you earlier about offender administration, all movement in the Georgia Department of Corrections first gets a request is given at the facility level. And warden, their staff, classification committee, which I'll get into a little bit later, make the request for inmate to have closer to home transfer, disciplinary transfer, familiarity with staff, been at that facility too long, program transfers, opportunities at doing some other things. They put those requests in, and offender admin approves or denies those transfers based on our policies and or our availability of beds at those locations. And we also will have a pending situation at that time.
What was you said something about being at the facility too long?
Correct.
What is that the inmate requesting transfer? Or is there a system built in where y'all?
By policy, an inmate can request a transfer from a facility after a year. And of course, if they have any safety concerns, they can request that as well. Quite honestly, the warden has the discretion to determine when that inmate may have too much familiarity with staff and need to be moved to another location. And that is not something that's standard throughout the state. The warden may say, hey, this guy's been here 5 years, time for him to move to another location, based on how I see him interacting with staff or based on how comfortable he seems in this facility with doing the things that he's doing. So
Do we ever push back on staff? Can staff ask for a transfer also, or is staff ever recommended for transfer because of maybe they seem too friendly or whatever?
Oh, absolutely. You're saying, can we say that, hey, this staff he or she is not fit for this facility to work at this facility?
Correct.
Yes, but that's also taken through the administrative process and the disciplinary process as well. If we're transferring based on how they're interacting or dealing with staff, and many times.
I mean, personality sometimes could be a
Absolutely.
conflict, right?
Absolutely. And we have, what we call catchment areas. So you may have a larger facility and then you have a transitional center or probation detention center where they may be better suited in terms of what they can give to the facility at that time, and those options are available.
And I don't remember, I don't recall who's been on the job with DOC longer out of your group, but I remember a time when people that, like, say, a guy lived in Columbus, name was Ron, got on with the Georgia Department of Corrections, but they assigned him to a prison on the other side of the state. He lived in a motel when he was at work, and then he'd come home on the weekends. And I asked him about it, and he said, yeah, they never assign us to a prison where we live. That's no longer the
That's not the
case,
case.
right? Yeah.
And they can request a transfer closer to home.
Okay.
And typically what we would have said in the past is that they can request a transfer after a year at that location. And they typically do.
Is the reason the inmates ask for the transfer, is it predominantly want to be closer to family?
I would say between that and wanting to get into some particular program.
Okay.
You get a lot of program requests for transfer. Our releases and agreements unit, they process again about 250 inmate releases per week. And they're responsible for processing all of our expired sentences, our commutation releases from parole, medical and compassionate reprieves that come from parole. They also manage any escape notification and commissioner warrants, God forbid, and detainers that are coming from any out-of-state location or interstate location. They have, again, a great relationship with our local sheriffs. They notify any law enforcement and other agencies of scheduled releases. This includes our sex offenders as well, and they manage and are the liaison for our the U.S. Marshals and Homeland Security for those pickups as well. So when an inmate gets released, and this is not in here, but when an inmate gets released, offender admin has that document in their sentence, and they are the location that uploads that release into the sentence so that the prison itself can release. So a warden gets that, signs off on that release, and is the secondary signature on that release after the commissioner. Our offender information unit, approximately 350 documents handled a week. They are responsible for retrieval of any medical files, medical charts, maintaining and verifying all our legal documents, legal medical records, records of all of our offenders. They are our records unit, and they are, again, processing a significant amount of documents throughout the course of a year. Any investigative lawsuits that are filed and holds that are put on our documents, they manage and hold as well.
So how many lawsuits you think y'all have right now?
It's hard to keep up. I'm not sure.
You're holding how many people?
50,000, roughly 49,700. And
So
so
about 50,000 lawsuits right now, maybe?
I don't think it's that many. I hope not.
Our administrative unit, and really want to key in on this from the standpoint of our bed management. So this unit is the unit that goes around doing all of our bed audits, ensuring that our bed count is exactly what it says it is. If a facility is reporting 1,736 beds, they go out to that unit, verify those beds, verify placement in those beds, whether they're offline for repairs, and ensure that we are appropriately housing our inmates in those beds. They also do any data analysis and report requests and any special projects within offender movement unit. Wanted to take the time to explain that because a lot of times there's confusion about who they are versus how the diagnostic process works. And I'm going to go into the diagnostic process now. So once an inmate comes into our system, males are delivered to Georgia Diagnostic Prison from either the hub, direct transport themselves, or us picking up from the sheriff's department, and they go to Jackson. We do have a couple smaller locations such as Coastal and maybe Metro that can house specialty locations as well as Burris for our juvenile males. We'll go there, but predominant number of our males go to Jackson for diagnostics.
What determines the difference? Is it a pre-classification determines if they go to Coastal or if they go to Jackson?
So we have a program called a SIP program, which is essentially a fast track program. And if they are a part of that program or law enforcement, because we have our law enforcement housed at Long, which is near Coastal, they'll go into that location, go through diagnostics there, and then push down to.
What qualifies somebody for the fast track?
That is determined by DCS and coming out of parole. If they have like a revocation on an offender and they want to, hey, we're going to give this guy 12 months or 13 months or on a sentence, they'll push them to us. We know that they're pushing through that program fast, and we'll be able to be paroled or given probation fast. We'll put them down there at that location. And quite honestly, I think that number is extremely low right now. Our females are at Lee Arendale for the moment. The future location is McCray Women's Facility. The same process is there. We also have hubs throughout the state for our female locations to pick up, and that number is significantly lower in terms of the number. Day one of diagnostics. So pull up at Jackson Diagnostic or Arendale, and the first thing that occurs in diagnostics is a new arrival orientation, and they do an initial medical screening, and they're looking for any emergent issues at that time. They're doing
Let's just real quick. What is new arrival orientation? What does that consist of?
During the course of their orientation, what they get, we'll go over PREA, we'll go over.
Wait, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so I see what you're saying. I thought it was broke down. I thought each one of those was a category and there were subcategories underneath them. So you're saying everything below new arrival orientation is part of new arrival orientation?
Correct, and occurs during the course of.
Oh, okay. I misread the slide then.
All right. And that new arrival orientation, we have a series of videos, a series of PREA documents that they sign, them understanding their inmate handbook, all the things that they can do for contact grievances and things of that nature is done during that orientation. And it loops back around and occurs again. So when I talk to you about some of these things, a lot of this is preliminary. It's done on the front end as they come into our system. And then as they're there during the course of diagnostics, there's a secondary follow-up on a lot of those things that occur during that time. Medical screening occurs at that time. Cursory mental health screening occurs on day one.
Okay, hang on just a second. Tell me what the medical health screening consists of.
So during the course of that medical health screening, we have a doctor, nurse, and HSA or health service administrator that's there, or director of nursing that's there. They go through their entire record that's brought from the county at that time. Quite honestly, sometimes they come with very little in their medical record. So at that time, they'll do their basic screening, any health records they have. Physical is done during that time. They're taking a blood draw. Sally, what else am I missing on?
You're hitting it all, sir.
Excuse me, Sally, if you could come up to the mic, please.
I learned to whisper in a sawmill.
Well, if it's not recorded, it didn't happen.
I got you. No, sir, you're,
Sally, please tell us who you are, what your role is, and Georgia Department of Corrections, please.
I'm Sally Barker. I'm Director of the Office of Health Services.
Okay.
Mr. Holt, you're hitting all of them. So when they initially arrive, they go through the serpentine, process. They come in, they're immediately assessed. If there's anything, medically emergent with them, they're taken out of the diagnostic process, goes straight to medical. Their labs are done on day one. Their tuberculosis screening is done on day one. Just basic, making sure they're okay for their bed assignment. And then more in-depth, physical and mental health and dental assessments are done over their 14 days there.
So are they tested for, say, COVID?
Yes. So when they walk in the door, and we actually started this process when the COVID protocol,
Mhm.
we do it on day one when they walk in the door because of the pandemic. So they take the screen, they do a COVID test, and thank God for the rapid test because that moved the process along. We had to quarantine for a period of time. Now we get that test back fairly rapidly, and then that determines whether or not we quarantine them that day or based on whatever the guidelines are at the current time.
And you
then-
said tuberculosis.
Correct. And there is also, when you walk into Jackson, there is a designated area for medical and mental health to actually do those checks inside of those areas. And then once they're done, and then we're talking about day one, they push into their assigned living unit at that time.
Okay. What else do we test for other than tuberculosis and COVID? Hepatitis or anything of that nature?
They can opt in for hepatitis test. HIV test is mandatory. And I'm not a practicing physician. I support physicians,
Right.
but it is a
Is
a
it-
battery of
Yeah.
lab tests.
Okay. What are you
Yeah.
doing?
And I apologize for that. You're absolutely right. And switching over to the female side of the house, when they come into our system, they're immediately tested for pregnancy.
Pregnancy.
If they are pregnant at that time, they're immediately transferred to Helms facility and will stay there throughout the duration of their pregnancy.
Where's Helms located?
Helms is located in Atlanta next to Metro Reentry on Constitution. And it's a small facility. Currently, I think we have 26 people at that location.
26 female inmates?
26 female and male. They house two different kinds. They house pregnant females and our cancer males that are undergoing cancer treatment and are
So,
restricted to
so the
being on-
females that are housed there now, they were pregnant when they came to you,
correct.
whether they knew it or not? They were,
Correct.
okay.
And that has happened where they didn't know they were pregnant.
Oh,
at the
right,
time, and
100%.
then they come in, or we have them come in very far down the road in their pregnancy. And if you want, I can talk to you about how that process goes. At Helms, the diagnostic process is done at Helms, so they never go back to Arendelle until after they deliver.
Oh, okay.
And
Once it's determined they're pregnant, everything stops and they go
correct.
to Helms.
To Helms.
Yeah, okay.
At Helms, they also undergo, they have prenatal classes there. We have a doula program where that doula stays with them throughout the course of their pregnancy and actually even goes to the hospital with them during that time. They have somebody, if they don't have a family member that can be, present, of course, that doula is there to be able to communicate with family, communicate with staff, as well as that inmate during the time they're.
The doulas, are they part of a healthcare contract?
Correct. We partner with Emory University, and they do an excellent job there. And then they also, once delivered, they then go to postpartum unit at Arendelle and stay there for 6 weeks. But they're through the diagnostic process at that time. So they already know where they're going, and we actually determine what their permanent location is going to be at that time. So it may be Arendelle, it may be another facility.
What about the child?
The child is may go with a family member or someone that they've chosen for it to go with.
Required to go with the family.
Oh, yes.
Or
Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah.
If they have no
And-
one, do we
DFACS
bring
is involved.
DFACS in then?
Yes. They're actually, we utilize DFACS for a process when they don't have anyone altogether, you know what I mean? So they are involved in their process and we use their list for providers. Shifting back to diagnostics as a whole, they go through a mental health screening at that time. They meet with a licensed clinician, whether that be a licensed counselor at that time or psychologist and psychiatrist over a period of time, to determine any mental health, needs at that time, or if they're in a point where they're going through crisis or acute, stabilization. If they realize that they're going through crisis, we have crisis stabilization unit at Jackson where they will stay there until they're able to stabilize them and then continue with the process of diagnostics at that time.
It's hard for me to imagine somebody being booked into a state prison system without having been under some level of stress, depression, things of that nature. So the battery that y'all do, how good do you feel about it weeding out those with legitimate issues? Do you depend more on the records that are coming in with them, or do you pick it up there?
It's both. And quite honestly, we may have some that come in with their medications and their mental health records, and we can take that and then advance from that point. But then very often we have those that are going through, like you're saying, hey, this is my first time being incarcerated, or I don't know what to expect. And they may appear suicidal at that time. So that clinician makes that call, and then we put them on suicide precautions at that time.
Okay. How many suicides did we have in Georgia Department of Corrections last year?
I can pull the exact number. I want to say it was 28, 30.
Yeah, we had it in a past meeting. I'm trying to remember.
Right.
Chairman Harbison, do you have a question?
Yeah, but I'll wait till you.
They'll look it up.
Well,
Yeah.
what I'm interested in is, you mentioned the cancer as well as the pregnancy population. If someone presents elderly and or with cancer, something like that, what kind of cost? Is that a huge ballooning cost now? Or compared to somebody who's been there 50 years and getting old and sicker and that kind of thing? Is that a dramatic cost for us, or is that growing now? Or?
Yeah, healthcare costs inside the correctional settings is definitely growing. With the older population coming in, our average age of the total population is 40. We're catching them with the more chronic illnesses coming in. So you're gonna see that's the reason why you see some of that increase there. But Sally, I don't know if you want to expand on that a little
The
bit.
Cancer, if they present with cancer, they got it when they come in.
Right.
We still have to treat.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and when you talk about, like I talk about Helms, we have locations where they can go out, and many times they actually receive treatment in the community when it gets down to having to get radiation.
And we pay for it.
Yes,
Okay.
and so it's important that, it's noted. I think that's another thing when they have requirements for radiation or chemotherapy, that's done in the community. And then they may come back to our locations for treatment for infirmary bed placement, or like Helms is utilized for those offenders that are there. In FY24, we had 26 suicides.
Okay.
And we also, at that time, we spoke briefly about the Prison Rape Elimination Act. During that time, a video is shown to them about how they can seek help during the time that they're coming in. They receive a handbook at that time that goes over Prison Rape Elimination Act, and the counselor speaks with them about how to respond, talk to, use the phone, make notification to a counselor, family members call in, et cetera, about their Prison Rape Elimination Act. Then they also are ranked classified whether or not they're a PREA victim, PREA aggressor, or have no PREA indications whatsoever, and then they're housed according to what those classifications are.
How do you determine if someone is at risk or at risk of violating PREA?
A lot of it is through the interview process, what they've done, who they've come in contact with, if they've had those types of experiences or encounters at any point in time, as well as if they've actually carried out the act themselves. Those things are done through an interview process with the staff, and it also goes back into them self-professing whether or not they have fear for their safety.
And I can understand the fear for their safety. And I could understand even an exaggerated fear for their safety. But someone coming in self-reporting themselves as a sex offender.
Or a
is-
victim of a sex crime.
No, I understand the
Right.
victim side. I understand that side
Yeah.
completely. But do you have people that come in and self-identify as,
As an aggressor.
yeah, if you put me with somebody, I'm going to assault
I will
them?
do harm to them.
Is that a part of that manipulation process to try to get them in a single person cell, or?
Quite honestly, could be. However, we don't have the luxury of taking that
We have to err on the side of caution, right?
Correct.
Okay, because I find it, I find it unusual that somebody would self-report that without there being some end game to where they were wanting to get possibly an isolated assignment where they wouldn't have to be around anybody
And,
else.
and part to that too, Senator, is that we maintain the record on every offender that has ever came through our system. So if we ever have a report of a PREA from that particular person, that's also in the system as well, and we'll follow
Right.
them when they return back to the system. And I think it's a really good opportunity at this point to also talk about housing and bed assignment. Great segue. But I
Yeah.
apologize.
Yeah, just, do we have statistics on our PREA victims? Are those numbers going down as a result of, implementing some safeguards in place, or just where are we in terms of prison rape?
And I spoke about this the other day with the House, and the one thing that I wanted to lead by saying is that all of our prisons in the Department of Corrections and transition centers go through the PREA assessment by the federal government, our PREA audits, and all of them have passed. All of them over 98% I think is the average of, and many times they get accolades as it relates to what their findings are in those regards. The number, as well as how we rank year over year, I'd have to take a second to look and see where we are year over year, but the facilities do an excellent job of having resources available, investigations done to make sure that those folks are held accountable if it does happen. And I'll state this, that is also another opportunity where manipulation occurs in terms of movement. There may be times where we have offenders that make that claim and then move, but it's all investigated by our PREA teams as well as our Office of Professional Standards when that claim is made.
And this, we'll probably go in deeper in this next Friday, but I think probably everybody in the room has read the DOJ report. And there's a specific incident included in that report where, and I understand there's attorney-client privilege and this kind of stuff, so I don't want to put y'all on the spot and ask anything that would interfere with that. But there's a particular incident in there where a inmate complained that he was sexually assaulted, said that the claim was unfounded, and later there was other circumstances. But once he made that complaint, it would have been investigated, correct?
Correct.
And who would have done the investigation?
The initial PREA, there's a SART lead or SART team, the sexual assault response team at each facility. There's a SART team lead. Anytime a sexual assault claim is made, whoever that officer in charge is at that time and receives that claim or that report from any member of the staff, whether it's counselor or officer, reports that directly to that SART team leader. That SART team leader then begins the investigation at a local level while simultaneously reporting it to our PREA coordinator within the Office of Professional Standards. We have a dedicated coordinator within our investigations unit as well. We also, if there's any determination by medical that there may or may not have been any penetration or alleged penetration, we contact the SANE nurse. And the SANE nurses come by in the same way we would in the general public. Whether if the SANE nurse is not available, they go to a hospital, and that same process takes place during that time. And if a determination is made, it's pushed on to investigations to investigate as a criminal charge, as well as dealing with it from a disciplinary standpoint.
How does an individual become a team leader?
That person typically goes through all of our PREA training, but it's usually our care and treatment department, whether it's our highest ranking person in our care and treatment department, our deputy warden of care and treatment, or our chief counselor, who is also a part of that team. And that is because of their access to those people, and healthcare falls up under the care and treatment department.
Do they have any investigative experience at all?
No, but that SART team is comprised of our institutional investigator, our care and treatment department.
That's
our
what I'm
mental health
talking about.
department, as well as our I'm sorry, sir.
Anybody on that team that
Is
you're
an
right along?
investigator, yes.
He or she is a legitimate investigator?
Each facility has an institutional investigator.
Okay.
Any sexual assault claim is automatically forwarded to an investigator, every last one of them, to make that determination, whether or not it needs to proceed any further.
Okay.
And so getting back to housing and bed assignments, at that time, This goes into another word that we use a lot which is called stratification, inside of our facilities. Within Jackson, you have different areas of, where we place our, violent STG offenders and those that are, less violent, and we can move into other areas and may not present harm. There are other areas and sections within the facility that they are determined where they will go at that time. Our work detail offenders, our medium minimum offenders, we have a supportive living unit at Jackson, a crisis stabilization unit at Jackson, as well as housing units for our close security offenders. Death row is also at Jackson, as well as a permanent population, small permanent population.
What's the classification and need for the small permanent population?
We still utilize them to feed all of our offenders, clean Jackson, make repairs. They're
So
still
would
a
they be
detail assignment.
considered trustees or
Well,
something
they're
similar?
minimum, medium offenders. We don't have the word
Right.
trustees, but yes, they're trustees in that regard, and they're
Um,
classified based on their skill set to remain at that facility.
And you said they conduct maintenance? also?
Maintenance, they work in our laundries, they work in construction, mobile construction. Our fire team is there, as well as maintaining grounds
And their skill set is determined through classification?
through classification. On day 2 of diagnostics, we begin our initial classification process where they meet with a team. Each classification committee is made up of a member of care and treatment, typically the deputy warden of care and treatment, or a chief counselor, to include a member of security, mental health, medical, and another security member if need be. It's usually our STG coordinator during that time that's sitting there and making a determination about their STG information. On day 2, again, they go over their initial reentry plan, and that begins with an interview from parole. And parole talks with them about their grid and what it looks like in terms of their release, in terms of what their sentence is going to look like, and their role that they play in their sentence. They continue their medical determination at that time. The fasting blood work begins on that day, and an extended orientation starts to take place on that day. That orientation talks about all of our permanent placements, opportunities for programming, what they're going to encounter from a testing battery that's going to also occur that day, and what those tests mean in terms of what their placement may be within our system. At that time, we're also identifying any non-associations that they may have during that time to determine where they can go, and any educational needs that they may have at that time. All of that's occurring on day 2 with the offenders that came through that day. Simultaneously with offenders that are already there, so they may be at any phase of the process. On day 3 and day 4, you have a more extensive medical follow-up based on that initial screening. They may meet with the psychiatrist and the psychologist that day. They may meet with an upper level provider during that time based on some of their medical needs. Medications are starting to be determined and prescribed at that time as their blood work starts to come back in throughout the course of that. And quite honestly, that depends on when that blood work comes back. And that is also one of the things that holds us up. We're typically waiting on that to return so they can make determination on what needs to happen at that time.
Now, does the blood work, does that occur within the institution or does that have to be shipped out?
It's sent out.
So it's done through a third-party administrator, I guess, and then brought back?
Well, no, like you and I, we get our blood work done, it goes to LabCorp
Right.
typically. Centurion uses a company called BioReference.
So that's part of a contract, RFP?
It's
Correct, with the
under,
healthcare contract.
it's a subcontract of Centurions.
Okay.
That dental screening is done at that time as well. And DNA is taken just as it would in your county jails. We refer that and then push that back to GBI crime lab as well. A final interview is done with staff. That staff, again, includes that classification committee. And then there's a final review done with the diagnostic director. We have a position that is essentially the clearinghouse as those inmates move by, and they're checking off everything that needs to occur during that time. And that director does that final clearing of those offenders to state that they are ready to move forward in the final portion of the diagnostic process. during that time, all of this information that's being put in, the criminal history, the criminal record, stuff that we have from the courts, things that we have from NCIC, GCIC, past criminal history, any self-reported information, all that stuff is compiled in our Scribe system, which is our data management system. It also then feeds into our system, and then offender admin, that same group that I talked about earlier, starts to make determination based on risk need, what their risk is, what their likelihood to reoffend is, what programming they need, drug needs, programming needs, skill sets, all that's put into the system in order to determine that bed space and availability. That also includes what their mental health needs are. Senator Robertson, you spoke about that manipulation and that you want to get back to that.
Mhm.
When we start talking about mental health level 3s, those offenders are only at certain facilities. And those offenders go to those facilities without fail. Because we don't have resources at any other facility to manage that population base. And so you start to see some of that manipulation to get to those locations because they may have more single bed management. Our level 4s are in the single bed management. Some of our level 3s are in the single bed management, and they're actually at some of our facilities that people want to get to, such as a Phillips, a Rutledge, a Central, and they want to get to those locations. And so they utilize that opportunity at that time. And that's why it's so important that to have that secondary screen as well at that time. Let's see, the next generation assessment, clarity point on what our next generation assessment, every offender, again, based on those needs that they have, risk needs, criminal history, disciplinary history, get a score, and it ranks them as to what their level is. That is what determines that close security, medium security, or minimum security profile that you may see in our system. Or when we talk about a close security inmate, that information is also fed to offender administration.
Now, when you say fed to, this is data that is put into a system, correct?
Correct.
Who puts that data in?
It's actually put in through multiple sources. Our NCIC, our GCIC, the NGA is built inside of our Scribe system and calculates all of that information, has an algorithm, pulls all that together and determines a score. And it's not a static score, so it moves based on the performance of that offender during their tenure in our system.
So the entire time they're in there, based on disciplinary issues or healthcare issues, their
On work
score,
history.
their scores can go up and down,
Correct.
which could determine them to be reassigned to another location.
Correct.
So NGA, is that a tool that we own within the system?
We do own that tool.
Okay.
And it has been validated, and actually it was revalidated in 18, Jay? Yes. 2018, to service just our population. That tool was actually, it took our offender population at the time and determined what we would need in terms of ranking our score.
Okay. Senator Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this system used at all in terms of parole? So when the parole board considers possibilities of release, is the next generation assessment part of that? A part of the package of things that they can see about a person who's incarcerated?
Yes, but from a different lane, and Jay, jump in if you will. It also determines what their programming needs will be as well. And so from that standpoint, parole is looking at whether or not they have met criteria that have been placed on them by that next generation assessment, or if they were held back for any reason.
So they could see if a person has progressed through the process and gotten their next generation assessment, I guess, lower or higher, but
Correct.
gotten it better. The parole officer or parole board can see that when they go to consider a person for parole.
Correct, and it's usually, yes, and it's usually seen through their disciplinary record as well. So if their score is going up, it's reflected by what their disciplinary record is as well. If you start seeing their score going down, it's usually their work history bringing that down, and also they will be getting PIC credit for that same thing. But it may be offset by any disciplinary that they get during the course of that time. So lining all that up, all this information that's coming from our intake, diagnostic, and then that initial classification committee at the diagnostic facility, all that information, that NGA score feeds itself back to, within our Scribe system, back to offender administration. And we have a system called Optimo, and I'll explain that. It's essentially a decision-making support instrument that takes all of that information that I spoke about to include information about each one of our facilities. Close security facility, special mission facility, what their programming is at that facility, space availability, non-associations that may be associated with those offenders, how much space we have, close proximity to home or away from victims, all that is included in that. Specialty needs such as fire services, work history, whatever that may be, is all in this system. And it gives us it looks at our entire population each time. Back prior to us having this system, if you can imagine 15 people taking every inmate that we have or taking inmates we have, you can't look at every inmate in the system. You can only look at what open bed is there. This system looks at every inmate every time in real time to determine what is the most likely placement for this person based on what they have going on. So we get 3 different decisions, priority decisions put out, and then it still pushes back to a person to say, yes, that is appropriate, or no, it's not. And then they're moved into their primary location.
And tell me, what gives that person, if we run them through all these diagnostics, what is the thing that swings that human being in a different direction?
So you may have a situation where you have a heavy victim complaint. And the location is too close to the proximity of the crime that was committed. They may be aware of that and they may select the third choice based on that location. Those are just some of the things, or there may be a significant need for fire services if that person has a high fire services need, and they may shift them over to the prison that has a fire team. And so they're looking at that, or there may be information in the system about non-association. It may be one there instead of 15 when it comes to those things. This next chart kind of digs deeper into the next generation assessment, and Applied Research Services is the group that actually did that. And it speaks about those things that are contained within that as well.
And tell us about the system with Applied Research Services.
That is the NGA system that we utilize that I talked to you about that actually was reaccredited again. This is just a deeper breakdown of that. system.
Just a much deeper
Yes,
look
sir.
at the, okay.
So once they leave diagnostic and a permanent location is determined, they go to that facility, and upon arrival, an orientation occurs at that facility as well with their team, their classification team. They have a similar team that Jackson has. They have an A&O dorm at that facility, or admin and orientation dorm that they are initially placed in, or if there's a security need or security concern, they're placed in administrative segregation or protective custody. During that time,
Real quick, describe administrative segregation or protective custody to me.
so if an offender has self-disclosed that they have fear of their safety based on their crime, based on, hey, I saw an offender and he knows that I'm here, and he's gonna tell his friends that I'm in the
Snitched him out or
system.
something, yeah.
Yeah, then he'll advise us of that, or if we get notification from a family member, or sometimes the DA's office will let us know, hey, you got a heavy threat on this guy. You might want to, make sure that he's looked after first. We'll place them in protective custody, many times against their will, and involuntary protective custody until we determine it is safe for that offender to come out.
Is that a single person cell usually?
Yes, and it can be a double person cell if that person agrees that they feel safe with the person they're in the housing unit with.
Okay. How do they know whether they're gonna be safe with the person they're housed with?
They may know them, sir. And
Well, no, and I agree, but
and
I would gander that 9 times out of 10, they wouldn't. Because these people are being brought in from all over the place.
they are,
So-
but and again, as I said before, it may be someone that they may have had contact with before on another sentence, or we've had times where offenders have been in segregation for months with another offender, and they're sitting there having communication with that offender for those months next door, and they feel safe with that person in their cell for whatever reason, and they'll advise us that I don't have an issue with this person moving into your cell.
So by advising you, do they fill out a form? Do they?
Yes, they complete a form and state that they don't fear for their safety at that time, and we document that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're using language I'm not familiar with. Can you distinguish between how this is different than solitary confinement? Is it solitary confinement?
It's not.
Is it
solid-
different than the whole? I do watch cop shows, sir. Is it different than the whole or
The
it's the
whole, the
same
whole's a
whole?
real thing, yes.
Yeah. Administrative segregation is a term you'll hear in many different places you'll hear. So, admin seg, SHU, restrictive housing unit, or for us, when you hear us talk about tier 3 or SMU, that is probably more what you're speaking about when we talk about being in isolation.
And that's more for disciplinary
That's
reasons,
a
right?
disciplinary
Yeah.
reason. Isolation is a disciplinary sanction within our policy that allows for us to place an offender for a limited amount of time into isolation housed alone.
There's
And
no discipline with admin seg, right?
there's no discipline with admin said yet. It could.
Are
we
the
could-
conditions the same though?
I mean, it could be, but the conditions of an admin seg unit can also be just like a living unit. So there's not it's the same size cell with the same size, access to restroom, bathroom, and things that they would
Commissary.
have in commissaries, limited amount of commissary just
Okay.
for obvious reasons, in those locations, but those same access to things are available. We don't have a room where we put a person in a cell and they stay in that cell for a month with no restroom, no bed and things of that nature without them being monitored and checked at the time. So from that point, from a television perspective, we don't do that.
But let me ask you this, something to Senator Jackson thing. Is there a cell in the Georgia Department of Corrections that does not have a bathroom? And let me be clear, I'm talking about a toilet and sink.
No, there are cells that have restrooms turned off for crisis stabilization reasons.
Right, but to prevent flooding and other things. I
Correct.
completely understand that, but the facilities are there.
There is not a cell that does not have, it can't be considered a cell if there's.
That's right. Well, just the way you said it, I wanted to clarify that this isn't some archaic Alcatraz type system where
Correct.
somebody is placed in solitary confinement where they're thrown in, and I'll use a term that Senator Jackson used that is a legitimate term. They're not thrown into the hole
Correct.
and just left there with by themselves, curled up in the fetal position on the floor with no lighting and no facilities or anything like that.
Correct.
Right, okay.
There's a restroom in each one of those locations. You may have a situation where for their protection or for their safety, such as an ACU or CSU, where we remove mattresses and give them what you will hear us call a turtle soup for their protection when they're in crisis or when they've had a major security issue where they're setting things on fire, things of that nature, and we remove those items so that they can't do harm to themselves or others.
But just so I'm clear, if someone is in this administrative, what did you call it?
Segregation.
Segregation, administrative segregation, because maybe they're a PREA victim. Is that experience of being in that administrative segregation, does that look and feel different than the person who is in who got in trouble? What's the other? I don't know what the other term is.
Solitary.
And who's that's not a language they use though. You like
A protective custody cell
okay.
is the same as an administrative segregation cell.
Uh-huh.
Is the same as a general population cell.
Okay.
But
if you
she's
get in
talking about,
trouble-
she's talking about segregation for discipline reasons.
Correct.
What is the
difference
terminology that we use in Georgia Department of Corrections?
Administrative segregation or tier management, tier unit.
Okay, so I want to be perfectly clear now. One's a PREA victim, one's a disciplinary problem.
Correct.
They both can be in administrative segregation?
They can.
Okay, it's just the conditions of administrative segregation based on the reason they're in there.
Correct.
Okay.
And I also want to be clear that typically if we have a PREA victim, they're not the person that we typically move into that space. We typically try to find who that aggressor is and move them. If they then state that they're still afraid for their safety, then we'll move them into an administrative segregation, which is a protective custody situation.
What?
SMU. I hear you say SMU.
The special management unit is a restrictive housing unit.
Oh. Okay. That's-
Yeah.
Okay.
And I want to be perfectly clear, we don't want to play semantics.
Right.
So we want to make sure that we're calling apples and oranges. Because, saying, he's in administrative seg, that's a very broad statement.
Correct.
When we talk about why he is in administrative seg, because he could be in there as a victim or something else. And like you said, he has access to commissary, has access to reading materials, all the stuff that anybody that's in general population has, even though some of it may be limited slightly. We're there to care for him so much, where somebody else can be an administrative seg because they are a predator, they are a violent person, all this, and they don't have all those
So the easiest way to
amenities.
explain it is
Yeah.
this, from a jail standpoint, or like from on the streets. If a person gets arrested and they get placed into lockdown for a period of time, they go into administrative segregation pending a hearing of some kind. Whether that hearing is for disciplinary reason, whether that hearing is for a long-term issue, and they go before a committee where they actually are heard based on what that sanction is, and then there's a determination made whether they need stiffer penalties, which will lead them into what we call restrictive housing, which is a long-term placement in that unit. A protective custody offender goes into that same location. They receive all the same amenities as a GP. They just can't come out of that cell on their own.
So
General
could that,
population. So,
could,
okay.
could that all be in the same housing area?
It can.
So you could have two individuals in a cell next to each other with the door locked. And one has the access to the things that general population has, and the person next door to him, because of an infraction, would not have that.
So this is a good point. And
We don't have lock.
we only restrict items from inmates in even administrative segregation based on a disciplinary sanction. So if you assault an offender, you have a disciplinary hearing, you may receive as a sanction 30 days in segregation. You will also receive a loss of telephone status, a loss of commissary items. Those things come with the sanction. However, once those things have expired, you'll receive those items again. You can still,
Right, but these two individuals could be right next to each other.
they can.
It's so the segregated housing area has different individuals with different levels of
Assignment levels.
assignment. Okay.
Correct.
Because I think the terminology and like Senator Jackson said, when you hear the general terminology used, even beyond the Hollywood stuff in the media, we hear solitary confinement. And that everybody always wants to go to Angola and talk about what solitary confinement is.
Right.
Back in the, 60s, 70s, 80s and 90s. And we hear those horror stories. We just want to make sure that we have a bright line in between what one is and what the other one is, and the third one that we do not participate in.
Correct.
Right, okay.
And there are
Me-
restrooms in each one of those cells, as well as a sink.
Sometimes shower.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right.
So I'm sorry,
Okay.
it's just for,
No,
it's
no.
very murky here.
And I think
Do you-
it's extremely important that
Right.
there's a bright light on this so we understand that,
Right.
because
Correct.
she's spot on.
Yeah, so do we use solitary confinement in Georgia for people who are in protective custody? So people who didn't get in trouble, but for people who are fearful of their life.
So,
Are they in solitary
so we
confinement?
say solitary confinement, you're saying, are they isolated from the general population?
I'm saying,
for
do they
protection.
do they stay in their cells for 23 hours and maybe get an hour out in the yard?
Yes. They get an hour on the yard each day, for those that are in protective custody, yes.
And-
So,
But that is based on the fact that they have a fear for their safety.
Correct.
right. So you essentially get punished for saying that you're at risk.
Listen,
So and maybe I should clarify this. They have the option to be moved to a different housing unit. Or even another prison. There are many times where we'll move an offender to another prison if they have a highlighted, if they tell me there is offender X that I'm afraid of and he is threatening to do harm against me, then we can move that offender. We have to be conscious of the fact that if he never discloses to me who he's afraid of, then I have to be conscious he may be trying to manipulate the system. So if he never discloses that option to me, options are provided to him. I can move you to this location, which is another housing unit across the yard on the opposite side of the campus, or I can offer you protective custody based on this concern. Or the warden may say, I'm not willing to take that risk, place him in involuntary protective custody to ensure his safety until we can make that determination. And usually at that time, a transfer request is placed in the system as well.
and then also you got take in consideration, you're not just talking about just one inmate in protective custody. You have several, then you have several admin segs. So when you're talking about they only let out, a couple of hours of a day, we have to do that multiple times a day for multiple protective custody inmates. And so you don't want them to, intermingle with one another because they are in protective custody. And
But,
so,
but you see, the way you just described that, everybody kind of understands in the room.
yes,
But you just said admin seg and protective custody. Can a person in protective custody be an admin seg?
Administrative segregation is
It's
the
protect-
unit.
it's the unit.
Is the unit. See, that's the key. And because where a lot of people's minds go to, and this person in protective custody, have they lost any other rights, if you will, within the facility, other than the fact that they're in their cell with the door locked?
No.
They have the same access to,
And the amount of time they may be able to go to recreation. They
Right,
still
right.
receive the same food from the same chow hall. They still
the
have.
same visitation, telephone
It's a
opportunities.
different day.
Right.
So we'll do visitation on different day for those that are in
Right.
that unit, but yes,
But they're not, and again, two problems is this old isolation punishment still gets brought to the minds of individuals, and we are in the southern part of the United States of America, which history continues to roll back up on us. We want to be clear that, this isn't Cool Hand Luke and we're putting somebody in the box,
correct.
with a bucket and no contact with human beings.
Correct.
That these people are being placed in there many times per their own request.
Correct.
The only time not per their own request is when the warden makes a determination that this individual is at risk and he or she may be placed there, but they still don't lose the rights that most of the other inmates have, other than the fact that they're 23-1.
Correct.
Okay,
And I want to be clear that we do have isolation as a punishment for a disciplinary infraction.
correct.
That's a 7-day maximum that has to be renewed after that time based on some other disciplinary reason.
Yeah. And I want to point out on the 23-1, and Commissioner, I know you're very familiar with it, and you correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm sure there's plenty of experts. The federal government uses 23-1 a lot. When you go into Supermax and these other places, you got human beings just sitting there with zero contact with other human beings other than administrative staff or correctional officers.
Senator Robertson, at our special management unit, we're letting them out 4 hours a day.
And so, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I see the eyes of DC looking down here when, that they practice the thing that everybody complains about much, much more than states do. So that's my concern. And don't respond to that, Commissioner. I don't want to go to jail with you.
Could be cellmates.
I'll put money on your books.
So after they arrive at that location, and they're go through a preliminary orientation, that classification committee makes a determination that they're gonna go to an A&O dorm.
A&O.
Administration and orientation dorm, just an initial dorm that they go through and continue their classification process. During that time that they're in that dorm, they determine what assignments they're gonna have based on same things that we have at Jackson. Hey, these are the programs that we have. Here are the educational opportunities we have. Here's the type of long-term assignment that we have. Here honor dorm, evidence-based dorm. Sometimes we have a service dorm for those who serves in the armed forces. You know what I mean? Those type of things are determined during that period of time. And
Can anybody opt out of all that stuff? Can they say, look, I just want to lay in my bed and
They
do my
can.
time?
they can, however, a process still occurs where we go through that person.
Make them aware of the
Yeah, and
opportunities.
here are your findings. Every offender gets a form that discloses what their schedule is at that time, whether they come or not. And this is the opportunity to also assign their counselor and get to know who their counselor is. They go back over their offender handbook and things of that nature. So a lot of information is done at that initial time. And week 2 of their arrival is when you start to see those assignments actually take place and they start walking into those assignments. And the next part is Mr. Sanders, who will talk about all those programs and availability. And just want to make sure that I answered the questions as it relates from intake through the classification process itself.
I thought you did a great job. We just got wrapped around the axle a little bit on isolation, but other than that, and I can appreciate Senator Jackson's concern with the way a lot of times that's portrayed in the real world. as, you know, us putting people in a little dark room, putting bread and water through the feed flap and them, you know, living in there in absolute darkness. And, I just want to make sure that, and look, I can say it. And all it means is that's Randy's opinion, but we don't practice any of this in our state prisons, do we?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Yeah.
Not at all.
And, those placed in disciplinary segregation get a rehearing every 7 days, max, if they stay in for 7. Is that correct?
For isolation.
For isolation, is what I'm saying, yeah. So, so that's not to say somebody couldn't be in isolation for 21 days, but if they are, then there is a process in there where they've had the opportunity to have their case reconsidered and then be moved back into GP.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Jay Sanders, Assistant Commissioner over Inmate Services. That's basically the programming that goes on in the facilities. If it's not medical or mental health, it typically falls in our areas. What I was going to talk to you about is some of our programming that we have, some of the success stories that a lot of times you don't hear or see out and about.
Hey, would you tell us your background a little bit?
So I started with the state in 1992 as a probation officer in South Georgia, worked in a number of judicial circuits down there. Was in training for a number of years through some central office administrative pieces. I also was fortunate enough to work with Jay Neal over at the Governor's Office of Transition Support and Reentry as his deputy director, and have been in this role now for 8 years.
Thank you.
So real quick, this is just a snapshot. We take a look at this at least once a month with our board members. These are kind of some high level. This is for the month of November, which typically has through October stats. And then we'll break some of these pieces down a little bit further on slides a little bit down further in the program. So our behavioral programs, enrollments and completions, those are cognitive programs we offer to help inmates change the way they think. We know their criminal thinking typically got them where they are. And if we can change the way they think, we can change how they do business and ultimately make them a better product. When they hit the streets, they've got options and alternatives. And they don't want to be in that lifestyle anymore. So we offer a number of different programs. And we'll talk a little bit more about those further down. You see something there on in the top left on our RSAT beds. Those are residential substance abuse treatment beds. We have about 2,200 of those beds statewide. Those are for our substance abusers that have the worst, absolute worst problems. It's a 9-month program that we contract with Gateway Foundation to provide those services for us. Some of those are probation beds, so some of those are sentenced to us by judges. They come to the RSAT program and go back. Some of those are inmate RSAT beds where the inmates are in the facilities, and then ultimately they go to the RSAT program for 9 months while still in inmate status.
Excuse me, where are those RSAT beds located?
They're at 10 different facilities across the state. Some of them are standalone RSATs and some of them are like a dorm at a prison is designated as the RSAT dorm. So they're scattered across the state. In the center there, you'll see chaplaincy and volunteer services, a quick snapshot of that. The box there talks about our service attendance for the month and the different types of services we hold and the types and the numbers of individuals that attend those services. Right below that, you see our active volunteers and some of the numbers of the volunteers we're training. We have a little over 5,000 volunteers. That number's down a little bit from COVID. We had 7,000, 8,000, 9,000 prior to COVID. But a lot of folks just decided after the COVID, they just were not coming back into a prison setting and a congregate setting where there was a lot of people in confined spaces. But we are working, those numbers have come back up and we're continuing to grow them.
These active volunteers, are they individuals from the community like churches, and
Yes, sir.
are they 501c3s, or can it be any
It can be anybody.
that
We
passes background check, vetting of some sort?
exact same thing that the employees go through. We have you apply online and answer some questions, give us your information. We run the GCICs on them. They also go through the social media checks, the exact same background checks that are done on our employee new hires are done on our volunteers. And then there's also an in-person training where we actually lay eyes on the individual and issue them an ID card to identify them to the facility. And they already have a relationship with the facility before they come to training. So the facility knows who they are and knows that they're getting trained. Top right is our GED. Our standing goals is 2,000. We've struggled a little bit the last few years since COVID to hit that 2,000, but we continue to push. Currently, we're at about 450. That number's a little bit old. We're about 450 GEDs. And I'll talk a little bit about those on a future slide. The bottom left is reentry documents or vital documents, vital records that we try to put in people's hands prior to release. We know that a lot of times they've got to reestablish themselves in the community. To do that, they're going to need birth certificates, social security cards, driver's license, or IDs. So we're trying our best to put those in their hands. We do that for Georgia-born inmates, and because the birth certificate's what starts it all, is getting that birth certificate. 25% of the inmates in our custody were not born in the state of Georgia. So we're working with other states and entities to start getting those. Right now, we've got partnerships going on with Tennessee, Florida, and New York, because those are the states that have the largest concentrations of inmates in our custody. So we're working with them to now get birth certificates from them, which we can then put in our system and help get other documents established for them prior to release. Bottom right is our career technical and higher education completions, and I'll show you all a breakdown of that on the next slide, where we're trying our best to give individuals skills that they may not have had when they came to work for us. I'm sorry, the next slide is talking about recidivism. As you see in the circle, this is for people that released in FY21. So our standard measurement is 3 years felony reconviction rate. So general population is 26%, just a little over 26%. For those on the left, you see those that participate in educational, vocational, and cognitive programming, their recidivism rates are lower. So if we can get them through these programs, there's a greater chance that we're not going to see them again when they come back or when they're released. The bottom is the residential substance abuse, and we always run that because that's a tough group. These are long-term substance users, and we work very closely and very hard to try to help them beat their addiction. Sometimes that doesn't happen, and there is a recidivism rate there, but we continue to work with them, but we always kind of measure that. But typically that rate's a little bit higher. And all this information that I'm showing you over the next few slides is an impact report that came out of, it was mandated by Governor Deal criminal justice reform legislation. It is currently being printed. We try to give it to y'all every fall, November, December timeframe. We should have it in the next couple of weeks, and Rob Thrower will be distributing that to all of our partners here on the Hill.
So if I'm looking at this right, Jay, the strongest deterrent is vocational programming.
Yes, sir.
So we get people in, give them a skill set. When they get back out, we're looking at what, 86% of them will stay out?
If we can train them, yes, sir. They have a much better chance. And we've got a great partnership. I was going to talk a little bit about it with the tech schools. In the top left here, you see our total career technical and higher education completions. We break that into 4 categories. Some 19,000 are on-the-job trainings. Basically, everything that takes place in a prison is on-the-job training, be it dorm orderly, be it a kitchen aide, be it grounds maintenance, et cetera. So, but we give them credit. All these are programs that the tech school helps us administer. So there's a check sheet. If I'm a dorm orderly, there's a check sheet of what I need to do, how many hours I need to do it. And then we can check off and say, this person knows how to do A, B, and C. And we were able to do that for on-the-job training. Post-secondary, we have a number of partners, and we'll talk a little bit about them at the bottom, that provide post-secondary degrees. Now, we do not pay for any post-secondary degrees. Those are all paid for through other partners and other relationships, but we are able to offer that. Skills training, there in the middle of the page, you see soft skills classes that are completed across the state. Here again, all of this is under the tech school umbrella. They help us develop it and keep an eye on it and manage it. And then lastly are the true vocational certificates for tech school programming. Now, one of the things, and y'all know this, as we talk about infrastructure, a lot of our facilities were never built to do programming. They just don't have the space. So we partnered with the tech school, specifically Wiregrass, out of Valdosta area, and they have developed mobile semi-truck trailer classrooms for electrical, welding, construction, food truck, business type program, cooking and business programs. And we're able to bring those to facilities that typically would not be able to have a standalone vocational program just because of space. We bring the truck and the trailer and an instructor, and we're able to leave that trailer there for several months, run multiple classes through. And then if we need to, if maybe security, maybe that facility goes on lockdown for whatever reason, we can pick that truck and trailer up and that instructor and move them to another facility and keep programming going. So that's been a great partnership with us. We continue to expand that truck and trailer mobile classroom footprint, and that's been a great program for us.
Got a quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
So these, there are programs throughout the correctional system throughout the state. So I'm kind of going back. So if I want to look at the CDL, I could tell the president I'm interested in this program. And if there's space, then I could be able to be moved to that location where this program has been offered. So I could enroll in this.
Yes,
Is that correct?
That's correct.
as long as your behavior on your disciplinary record, supports that, you've done what you're supposed to do, we will try our best to get you in this program.
Because kind of like the chairman, that 13.64%. Kind of eye popping.
That's strong.
Yeah.
Well, and I'll tell you, we took it a step further. We've got a program at our fleet services, which is right at out the back gate of Gypstick, where we manage all our vehicles, some 1,500 vehicles we have. We've taken transitional center residents. We have trained them in ASC certifications as well as ICAR certifications. So not only did we train them there, we're now hiring them as state employees while still transitional center residents. So we're kind of putting our money where our mouth is. We train them and they're still on parole. If many of them, like I said, have not even left transitional center yet, but they are state employees working on state vehicles after having been trained.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, some of the best body people and painters I ever saw was when I was up down at Gypstick. I mean, they
And those
Or
were our
amazing
folks.
jobs.
So we took that concept and just expanded it when we built that new fleet facility right outside the back gate there. We've also got another program at a prison where we've taken an individual who was released less than 2 years ago and is now a tech school employee teaching auto body repair in the same shop that he worked in as an inmate 2 years ago.
Are y'all developing any type of relationships with the manufacturers that are coming into Georgia that may be looking for a captured, no pun intended, workforce?
We have looked at some of that. I know we've looked, like Louisiana does that. They've gotten specific training from like Toyota and Nissan. We haven't been able to do it yet, but it is something we would like to do as far as, some of our automotive manufacturers, if we could.
Because a lot of the training, and specifically Toyota, a lot of that's online certifications, and so, yeah.
Yep.
But again, 13%, that's impressive.
It is, like I said, we push hard on the GEDs, but the tech school piece is really, because if a guy's 45, 50 years old, he needs to be able to make a living for his family. Now, I would love to have him GED, but if of the two, he may want to make a living for his family. That may be his strongest desire.
Jay, what's your contact level with the individuals that participate in these programs?
I mean, we have staff that check on the programs regularly.
Your contact.
I get out to them pretty regularly. I try my best. And one thing I'll say about all of the programs you'll see here, we have graduations for everything. If they get a GED or whatever, so I try to attend as many graduations as I can. And I do take particular interest in some of the automotive programs because I've got 3 very old vehicles that I try to keep up and running.
Because my question is, and of course, I know you've been with the agency for a while, but do you see a difference in these individuals as far as, like you said, the graduation? It means a lot to some people to be able to walk across the stage and pick up a piece of paper, especially those who are our ages who thought they missed out on everything because of bad choices. And so do you feel that these individuals that come into jail with a criminal history and go out with a certification or in a skill set, that we're putting better motivated human beings back out into Georgia?
Without a doubt. The pride that these guys and ladies, a lot of times in these classes take is second to none.
Senator Robertson, I was working at two facilities like this. And I can tell you that those same people that went into those programs would then often go into the educational programs and pursue other opportunities in those things and became leaders in the facility. They're your mentors in all of our facilities. And then we get to move them to other locations. And then, like he said, we even turn around and bring them back in to mentor those that are still having difficulty. So yes, by far.
Well, I have somebody I got to be great friends with that was an HVAC guy.
Mhm.
And that when he got out, he was an HVAC guy for the prison he was in. And when he got out, the state of Georgia told him you can go work at an HVAC company, but you can't own one. And so Senator Strickland and myself got together and made it so that these individuals that come out with these skill sets, whether they're on probation or whatever, they still have the same opportunity as anybody else to go out and get a business license and open up a business.
And we appreciate that. 'Cause
Well,
there are
if
some,
we want to say we care about recidivism, then let's do something to cut it down. And you know, it's so this is again, this is a something we don't hear about, and we really appreciate it.
real quick, one more thing at the bottom of this page. We had 140 post-secondary degrees conferred last year within the Department of Corrections, 80 associate degrees and 60 bachelor degrees. And there are 5 different institutions that helped us do that. We have Bruton Parker, Ashland University, which is out of Ohio. They're a partner with us. The New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary, Georgia State, and Life University. And here again, like I said, we didn't pay for these degrees. They did it through various nonprofits and other types of things. But, and here again, we had graduations for these. They walked across the stage with a cap and a gown and got their degrees.
And I'm curious, what type of degree would someone get from Life University if it wasn't chiropractic?
A lot of them general studies types of things, just a base work for them. Some of them are the humanities and the arts, a lot of those types of degrees.
And walking out the door, they have an opportunity, or before they walk out the door, they're getting the opportunity to engage. And hopefully when they walk out the door, they're walking into a career.
If they want to, and then we've got some great partners that work with them, not only on the inside, but on the outside as well. So they don't just stop. We had a group speak to us last week at our board meeting, Common Good Atlanta, which is a nonprofit. They work with them on the inside, but then they've got so many services for them when they hit the streets to really help them go that extra mile. Stuff that we probably just are not in a position to do as an agency. They are as a nonprofit.
Well, and I want to ask this question, and you may not know the answer to it because I'd like to consider myself somewhat of a fiscal hawk on some of these things, but these nonprofits that are, these individuals that are stepping up and paying and helping people get everything squared away so they can get back out, are they paying for this with tax dollars or are they paying for this with private sector money?
Most of it's private sector money. Like a lot of our nonprofits, the professors just donate their time. They get grants. They do reach out and find different grants from private entities, and some of them get very creative and are able to get a number of grants. So they turn around and use that money. But to my knowledge, very little of it is public funds. It's all private driven. We do have a Second Chance Pell was recently reinstated. We have 4 other schools that are working with us to be able to provide some post-secondary education in the coming years. Next slide real quick, talking about vital records. We started a project in 2016 with DDS, and we have provided over 43,000 identification cards or driver's license to inmates. If they can get a driver's license, if we can help them clean up loose ends and get that, then we'll do that prior to release. If not, they get that state ID card. We actually have individuals that work for the Department of Corrections that are housed downtown here at Vital Records, printing birth certificates for every Georgia-born inmate, which is then scanned into the system, which helps. They get the hard copy, but we also put it in the system so that we've got it in the system for reference. And then like I said, we try to put those documents in their hands prior to release, so when they hit the streets, they've got as much as they can to get started. Bottom there, you'll see this is just a snapshot. We have transitional centers across the state, almost 2,800 beds. This is a snapshot of our top earners for the last 3 fiscal years. These are folks that work really hard at their given work assignments, put money in the bank. So when they got out, they walked out the bank out with a check for as much as $64,000. So that's quite the nest egg to help them get back on their feet. Next slide, a couple other programs we want to highlight. Department of Labor, Commissioner Thompson has been a huge partnered with us over the last probably 2 years now, started a program which he actually even comes in and helps facilitate at our Metro facility, and we're expanding it. It's called The Last Mile. And they're helping individuals get the skill sets, soft skill sets they need, and then pairing them up with jobs prior to release. So Commissioner Thompson and his team have been great with us. The middle left there is our RSAT Family Reunification Program. A lot of times folks, when they get in those RSAT beds, they've burned every bridge they have just because of their drug use and all the associated activity with it. But we know that if we can reunite them with families, they got a much better chance of making it. And then a neat part of that is we were able to get some grant funds to actually give out Narcan kits to the families of the graduates and say, hey, here, just put this at your house, have it in case you need it. So that's been a huge piece for us. Bottom, you just see a little recap of our volunteers for the last fiscal year. Here again, couldn't do it. And most of them are religious based, but a lot of them are also educational, financial literacy, those types of things. Reentry related. Next slide is our GEDs. We earned almost 1,500 last year. I will say that on any given year, the Georgia Department of Corrections is responsible from anywhere from 20 to it has been as high as 27% of every GED award in the state came from within inside our facilities. So we feel like we're a huge partner with the tech schools in the GED program. We do have 3 they're called regional high schools now, but they were called charter schools at 3 of our facilities. We've had 459 graduates. Here again, these are folks that walk across with a diploma that doesn't say anything about Department of Corrections. They walk out with a class ring. They have a graduation with a cap and gown. Their families get to come see them graduate. So, and that's, if you ever get a chance, come see a charter high school graduation. It'll change the way you think about prisons. We also work very closely with the Department of Education to identify anybody who was special ed prior to their coming to prison. And we approach them and say, hey, would you like to continue your education? And we're able to do that through the Department of Education. Next slide talks a little bit about our library donations. Donations increased by 15% last year, and we were able to put 38,000 books into circulation. We have a law library program that's on Chromebooks where individuals can sit down and do the research they need to. We have interlibrary loans, so constantly trying to keep those books in those libraries viable. The last one real quick, I'm going to paraphrase these, are success stories. Top one is a lady who was a family nurse practitioner, got in some trouble, ended up at the RSAT program at Arendelle. Been working diligently to get that license reinstated and participating in a peer monitoring program with the Board of Nursing. So she's on track there working, trying to get her license back. The other one, the middle there is a minister, teaches a Bible study, motivational speaker, did a TED Talk event. Y'all are familiar with those. Mentor, works for DJJ and is program director for a nonprofit. So somebody that's out doing well, giving back to the community. And then the last one here is an individual gentleman who needed his GED. And I've not taken the GED, but I've been told that the math is the absolute hardest piece of the GED. He came in, did it without a calculator, did it old school, without a calculator, made some passing grades. Then he actually took he took the pretest, then he took the GED, finished it all, one part, studied every day and night, asked for extra books to boost his practice while he was serving his time in a transitional center. So, and these are, like I said, just a few of the stories that we wanted to highlight for y'all. That concludes my presentation. I'll hand it back to the commissioner.
All right. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, team. And Mr. Chairman, that concludes our presentation. So I'll be happy to answer any more questions that you all may have as it relates to anything we covered today or anything as it relates to Georgia Department of Corrections. I just wanted to say before that, just thank you all again for taking time out to listen to us, to understand some of the complex needs that we have, but then also to take the time just to understand and provide this platform for that. I really appreciate and always look forward to working with each and every one of you.
Well, we appreciate your agency engaging with us on this, and I think my office working with Rob as we're moving forward. What the next 2 hearings are going to be next Friday, we'll discuss a few other things that, you know, have caused concerns or things that the public needs to be educated in. And our final meeting, which will be Friday, December 13th, we're going to open the door and let any and everybody that comes in here that has a good, bad, or indifferent story and have questions about the Department of Corrections to come in and do that. We've had several groups reach out. I'm still trying to catch up on all the letters that I've received. I appreciate your agency's openness, because I'm going to tell you, I haven't received a whole lot of positive feedback, but I understand where it's coming and it's opened it up. I'm getting letters from people being held in county jails, talking to me about what they think is a Department of Corrections issue, but it's a county jail issue. But we all understand this is the nature of this business, is sometimes it's ugly but it's a necessary part of the criminal justice system. And I appreciate you and your staff not being offended when we have to ask these questions. And as we saw today, there's a misunderstanding that happens, and we within the profession sometimes forget that the average Joe citizen doesn't understand anything beyond Shawshank Redemption, you know. And I mean, that's the reality of it. They think that, you know, that we take people to dungeons and throw them in there. That's not saying that bad things don't happen in prisons throughout this country, but it's not a common practice. I would certainly hope not anywhere in this country. I know it's not in Georgia Department of Corrections, but we know there are things we have to fix.
Mhm.
And we want to do that, because if there weren't things we didn't have to fix, then I wouldn't be able to pull up your website and see how many people have been arrested for criminal behavior and all the other things that have come to light over the past couple of years. But we'll get everything to Rob, make sure that everything's coordinated. The next meeting, I do want to talk about contracts within Department of Corrections. I want to talk about health, how we provide health care. There was a lot of conversation about some of these partnerships that we have outside. I know a lot of the 501c3s are not RFPs, but we do a lot of business with other people, and I think our citizens need to know what that process is and what type of people provide those services for us. We talked a little bit early on about private prisons. This time, I think we want to get down into the pipes and wiring of these contracts that we have, whether it's telephones, whether it's food, whatever it is, just in general, so that people understand that what the process is, and business continuity throughout the state of Georgia at all prisons. And we'll also have some conversation about the Department of Justice report. I know one group that's reached out, I think the ACLU and some others have reached out and asked for the opportunity to come sit in front of the committee and testify, and everyone is welcome. So we're going to bring them in and listen to what they have to say, and hopefully learn something constructive from their opinions. But I was extremely appreciative of today, very impressed. Training section blew me away. I think that's a strong part of it. Appreciate y'all taking care of the men and women that work for us the way you do. Anything, gentlemen? All right, thank y'all. We're adjourned.
All right, thank you.